State delegation. Is everybody all set? All right. Welcome, everybody, to the Town of Fairfield's fiscal year 2018 budget process, or as I like to think of it, our own version of March Madness. Would the state delegation please rise? We thank you for coming. We'd like to do the Pledge of Allegiance and would ask that the three of you lead us tonight in the pledge.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. As I said, welcome to our fiscal year 2018 budget season. We face an unprecedented time here in the town with the fiscal crisis going on at the state level that's going to have a direct impact on our budget, as many of you have already read in the newspapers. It is unprecedented, and because it's unprecedented, we took the unprecedented action of asking our state delegation to come before our joint board. So I'd like to thank State Senator Tony Wong, State Representative Laura Devlin, State Representative Kristen McCarthy-Vahey, as well as State Representative Brenda Kupchak, who unfortunately has an illness in her family, and she is exactly where she should be tonight, and that's attending to her family member. And we wish them all a speedy recovery, and they're in our thoughts and prayers. The state of play, really, for our budget process. I want to make sure as we enter this process, which is going to be a difficult year, as we've already seen in the first selectman's budget proposal, that we all treat each other respectfully, that we maintain our degree of informality. You know, we run pretty informal meetings here. We like to let the discussions flow. We like to let the topics come up. We like to have follow-on questions. I really view it as we're more substance over form. So as we run this meeting, if I miss you, if you want to say something, if you have a point to make or a follow-up question, just please let me know. I'd also say to the audience and the people that watch us either live or at home, our constituents, that there's a lot of difficult questions that we ask, both the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Finance. Please don't read into those questions. In years past, we've had questions about libraries, playgrounds, DPW, whatever. And in the paper the next day, or rather online, you read, oh my God, they're going to shut this or they're going to close that. No, no, no. We're having a discussion. We're trying to get to the financial issues at hand. We're trying to ask every question under the sun to make sure we know how the taxpayers' money is being spent. So please do not read into those questions and think that there's been a decision made or there's some agenda out there. In 99.9% of the instances, that's just not accurate. I'd also like for all of us to keep our senses of humor as we go through this. These are long nights, 3, 4, 5 hours, esoteric subjects, several nights a week. And if we can't have a little bit of fun while we're dealing with it, then I don't know what we're all doing here. So I encourage that, and I encourage us to see the humor in some of the things that we're going to need to discuss, and to see some of the commonalities in our views and the fact that we're all Fairfielders. Now lastly, we do have an unprecedented budget situation, and as I said, I thank the state delegation for being here. The cuts in state aid that the town received this year are just a continuation of what we saw during the last budget process. And I don't think they were necessarily surprising, although we did not know the amounts and we did not know what form they would take. What was more surprising was actually the fact that the state is trying to transfer an unfunded liability that's been built up over generations, which is for the teacher's pension. That would be one thing if they were saying, going forward, we'd like you to fund the teacher's pension on behalf of the teachers of Fairfield. We could have discussions about that. It's quite another when they ran up a credit card tab, turned around and said, hey guys, your turn to pay the bill. And in this instance, what we're being asked to pay, built up over generations, is $9 million in one fiscal year. $9 million. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money when you consider that the town sends over $260 million to the state every year through sales tax and through our wage tax. And we get something like $9 million back in total from the state, and that number's being cut. Yet they're transferring to us a liability that they did not fund for many years of $9 million. Now, I'm a student of history. I love politics. And if you bear with me just a second, to show I'm bipartisan, one of my favorite politicians of all time is Harry Truman. I've been to his library. I've been to his house in Independence, Missouri. I've read books about him. And Harry Truman had a sign that he put on the front of his desk when he was in the White House. And that sign said, "The buck stops here." Now, I would suggest, given this $9 million transfer, that perhaps Governor Malloy has a different sign on his desk that says, "The buck passes here." Because Governor Pass the Buck is trying to transfer to us this liability. And this has a dramatic effect on the services this town can continue to provide. So that's what we're here to talk about tonight, and that's why we asked the state delegation to join us. Does anybody else on our board have anything else to say or comment on this? Seeing none, I don't know if anybody has any prepared remarks, but I'll turn it over to you guys to give us an update, and then if we could ask questions of you after you do that.
I can start. I want to thank the Board of Selectmen. My name is State Senator Tony Huang. I want to thank the Board of Finance for inviting us. And I want to thank the chairman for his very eloquent interpretation of this crisis we're undergoing right now. It is a moving target, and I think has a opening statement. We need to fully understand that this budget has proposed is the governor's budget, and that we as legislators are in the process of working in the Education Committee, in the Appropriations, in the Finance Committee, in having public hearings, vetting this process, constant meetings. And this is another example for us to listen to you, to assess and take that feedback back into our meetings. I simply wish that we could speed up this process to accommodate your budget timetable. But I'm very fearful of the fact that we will not finish this, even by our appointed deadline of June of this year, which is past this town's budget deadlines. And I'm very fearful of the fact that we may not even have a budget done that is mutually agreed by all the parties or a majority until possibly into the summer. But I will look at this as an opportunity to hear from my bodies and learn and take these viewpoints and bring them up to Hartford and be the biggest advocate and the strongest advocate that I can be.
Nice. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Laura Devlin, the 134th District. I'd echo Tony's comments. Just thank you very much for having us here. We really appreciate it. You know, there are unfortunately no good words to describe what has, actually there are a couple positive things in the governor's budget. He's addressing the corporate tax surcharge, some bigger things, but for our community there is not much at all that is positive. On one hand, it shouldn't be a big surprise because we've dealt with, at least in my recent experience, 2 state budgets that have been full of smoke and mirrors, that have just been playing games with things that we're running out of opportunities to play games with. And what that means this time is huge hits to our local communities, particularly to Fairfield. It seems as though the communities that are the best managed, the communities that are the best run, are getting hurt the hardest. One of the committees on which I serve is the Finance Committee, and the governor's budget chief, Ben Barnes, addressed us not too long ago. And he made a comment that he was really proud of this budget because it took a light hand with taxes. And so I asked him the question, How can you sincerely say that when in fact my community and many others have been dramatically hit by this budget? And he pulled up a slide that shows no municipal aid and is the same. So, I did point out that in aggregate, he's absolutely right. But what's happening to the communities in our state can be devastating, and it's not right. You can be assured that we are all going to work and continue to work as hard as we can to, try to make the outcomes different. I think, at this point, it's early in the game, and what you've got is what you've got to plan with, and that is unfortunate. But we will continue, absolutely, have our full commitment to work hard to try to make it better.
Thank you. Mrs. McCarthy-Vega.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here. A little different to be on this side of the table than to be there with all of you. I'm Kristen McCarthy-Vahey. I represent the 133rd District in Fairfield, and a couple things in terms of just starting off the conversation. I, too, look forward to a conversation and being able to answer as many questions as we can. Clearly, this budget is the governor's proposal. The legislature now is having conversations in the appropriations and even starting this Friday in a hearing in finance to talk about how we as a legislature can address the issues that we face as a state, which are absolutely, as you said, Mr. Chairman, the result of many, many years of decisions that were made that we are now being faced with both as a state delegation, as state legislators, but also in our communities, unfortunately. I want to be clear that this is not a proposal that I support, that the governor's proposal, the choice to push this down onto the towns is not something that I think any legislator supports. And in fact, in speaking with our speaker today, was told that he shared with one Chamber of Commerce here in Connecticut that if he were to put this budget up on the board today, that he's certain it would be unanimous, and that would be all red, because there is not support for this budget as it stands. And the question really is then, how do we as a legislature, working in partnership and hearing from you as leaders in the town as well as the citizens, what choices we can make and should make that are in the best interests of our community. So I'm very interested in the conversation. Clearly, as Senator Huang said, from a process standpoint, I think every one of us agrees, and this is true in communities all over the state. By the way, these conversations are happening at boards of finance all over the state. I've talked to a number of colleagues who, as you used the word, I think it was unprecedented, are having similar conversations. And the sense that we, as legislators, I know, would like to do everything we can to get answers to you as soon as we can. But given the state of the process, that is something that I don't think that we can guarantee to you to have some of those answers. At least that's just my opinion. So I do look forward to the conversation tonight and being able to provide as many answers as possible, although I know it won't be what we all want to know.
Thank you very much, and I do appreciate your time. I know all of you. I've spent a great deal of time in the last month at the state capitol. I know it was a challenge even to be able to schedule this evening, given all your committee assignments at night. So I want you to know from all of us, we do appreciate you taking the time to also come and work with us. With that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues, as well as the Board of Selectmen, for any questions they'd like to ask directly. We'll go to Mrs. Marmion first.
Thanks very much, and thanks for being here. I have a question. Senator Wang, you had mentioned that from a timing perspective, you may not have a final budget, and that might miss our deadline from a budget vote in this town. But is there a prioritization that you're going through in terms of issues? Will you have a sense of the body, for example, on the transfer of the pension costs, that we could then take into consideration? I know you wouldn't have a vote, but are you kind of looking issue by issue, and then we'd have some sense of where you are so that we could make some informed decisions without having the actual vote? And if so, if you are prioritizing those issues, what are they, and what's the timing?
Thank you for that question, and I think the most important thing is to know that the entire delegation is unified. in working and representing our town. If there were any level of prioritization, I think the principles of fairness and transparency and predictability is the first and foremost priority in how we have to manage the budget. We have pulled the rug from underneath our municipal officials every single year. It's very hard for you to do your job. To have a education cut in the middle of December, right in the middle of your budget year, is unacceptable. So I think the first and foremost priority is to bring a level of predictability and transparency. I think the other critical factor for me, and I'll defer to my other colleagues on this, is we have to take a look at the educational funding. And when I say educational funding, it is tantamount to not just the ECS reformulation, but it is also addressing the special education refund, as well as, and this is something that's not really noted in the governor's budget, but school construction reimbursements. There is a new formula that's being calculated. We're trying to really understand that with the potential building projects that we may have in the town of Fairfield. That might be an additional financial burden that we may have to bear. I'm trying to get a better handle on that. And I think the ultimate that I think we're all unified in trying to defeat is this teacher's pension. This is the pension liability is not simply this year. Right. Because you are looking at 20 years down the road, if this was to be actualized and put into place, the fiscal burden on our municipalities for a pension plan that has been so poorly funded, so poorly managed. And you're right, past administrations, past legislative bodies have been guilty. We need to stand up and make the buck stop here and solve the problems now. But to pass it on to the towns without any degree of accountability is something that I think we are all unified in both parties to address. It just won't stand, in my opinion.
Can I? Just to jump in about that, I think that so you look at the spreadsheet that was put together by the finance department, and you look at each of the line items where we receive state aid or used to receive state aid and the proposals. And so we've got the big buckets, ECS, special ed, pilot money, and then obviously this new elephant in the room is the pension. And this is a body that I know is very adept and well-versed and understands pension better than I think most people do. And so for me, and this is, keep in mind, in the General Assembly, there are currently 149 members. We're actually down to. So I am one person among 149. So this is my opinion. But I'm concurring with the senator that I think the tolerance for that shift, that cost shift, relative to some of the other changes is probably at its lowest. And it's probably what leads in part to the speaker making that statement. There are many of us who are feeling this way. I also want to touch base on what Senator Wong said about the educational cost sharing formula. Our education hearing started this morning at 10:30, and it's still going on, and I'll probably go home and watch it when I leave here. I left there to come down here, and there was a bill today to talk about a new educational cost sharing formula. And there's a lot of conversation about how we do that and how we as a state address the needs, the real needs of our students, knowing that we have such the biggest achievement gap in the country, but that we do that in a way that is fair and equitable. And for example, I'm going to share one conversation that happened today between our chair and representatives, a Democrat and a Republican, sitting together from Norwalk. What we know about the ECS formula this year, the way that calculation was changed, to use Secretary Barnes's words, steeply progressive, using the equalized net grand list as the calculation. And that comes in large part from a Supreme Court case and the mandate there that that's what needs to be calculated. But communities like ours along the shoreline and places like Norwalk, where you have folks who don't have the income, but the property values are high, are impacted even more significantly. So these are the kinds of questions that we were wrestling with today in the Education Committee, is how to do that. And in addition to that, how do we look at our big picture special education as well? So long answer is, to your question, Ms. Marmion, is that I think that the teacher's pension piece is probably the one that is most unpalatable to a lot of folks. That said, I think there's also the pension reality of what payments are owed, and the fact that, as you said, for decades there was not funding done. So, you know, how we're going to have to talk about that, but I don't think that this is the way to address it.
The only thing I'd add, Ms. Marmion, to what both Kristen and Tony have said, you know, I think it's the talk in the halls that pension's probably the wild card. I don't have any confidence that means it's going away at all. The state is broke, which is evident by the governor passing the buck down to the communities. So it's always so unpredictable until that budget bill actually comes out. And if you remember last session, it didn't come before the end of session. We came back again. So I don't have a lot of confidence, but that's probably the one area of maybe greatest hope.
Mr. Timniak.
Thank you for coming. I appreciate the time. I know the hectic legislative session, and I certainly sat through long committee meetings in the past. When the governor's budget came out, I heard a lot of legislators saying it's DOA, and, you know, cherry pick things you want in there, you may not want in there. Obviously, the pension rises to the top, and hearing your comments today about the speaker saying that, that it may not receive any votes if it were to go up to vote today. I was always looking, and I had it as the JF deadlines for the Finance Committee and the Appropriations Committee, is the day when the governor's budget no longer becomes the town of Fairfield's planning document. Do you have a sense that the governor's budget can be altered by the town of Fairfield as far as planning purposes goes? Or, I mean, would the recommendation be, hearing, you know, we have a $9 million pension number in there, is that something we should plan for at this point? Or I would say wait till like a JF deadline?
I'd be happy to try.
You go first.
I can share my point of view on that. It's not, you know, very positive. We're guessing, right? We're purely guessing. As Tony mentioned, there are pieces of that budget being discussed in every single committee. And there is a lot of energy and passion around trying to get things changed. I wish I could tell you, yes, that, you know, wait, that by, you know, I don't know how the JF deadlines mirror with the town deadlines. And so, I mean, this is so regrettable that these numbers were thrown out with no kind of forewarning, like this might happen, let's start talking about it. Mm-hmm. It's sort of like the retroactive tax increase we had that went back for 7 months. That's a good one. So, you know, at least for me, I can't, I think you have to plan with what you have, and I'm so sorry to say that, but there's no magic, you know, crystal ball to say, yes, on this date, everything will change.
And just as a follow-on to that, yeah, the JF deadlines, those, so that's for non-jargon purposes. So the committees have deadlines where they have to essentially pass, the Appropriations Committee has to pass the budget out of committee, and there's a deadline. And usually it's right up against it. Finance, same thing. So the budgets will come out, the revenue side and the cost side will come out. But once those budgets come out, they undergo a lot of changes before they end up getting to the end of session in that final budget bill, which you know, Selectman Timniak, you know quite well. So I think it's a big, as Rep. Devlin said, it's a big risk, because even if something comes out after that JF deadline, we can, I think it's a safe guarantee that it will be changed again from there. And so it's going to be hard to know exactly what would go where.
And this is a part of the exercise that's so critical for us to hear what your priorities are for for us to bring back into committee in our conversations and conferences. But I think one of the things that this community needs to understand, that this budget that's proposed by the governor has so many complex moving pieces, and it is cobbled together and held together literally by duct tape. And what I mean by that is you've got the pension money, you've got certain allocations of pilot money, then you also have the conveyance for SB2, which was last year. All of that is cobble, and then the governor throws in a hospital tax that makes urban centers avail themselves to the opportunity to tax our hospitals and our nonprofits. I will share with you that is going to go sit in court. And if you took that money out of the hospital tax, another piece of the puzzle will fall out. We're going to have to look. It is, using the analogy, we're at a balloon. And you know what? If you take something out, it's going to go somewhere else. And we're at a very difficult situation where we are in deficit. And what was just announced yesterday, the Nonpartisan Office of Fiscal Analysis just reported that we are $60+ million in deficit ending June 30th of this year, while the governor's office, the Office of Policy and Management, says that we have a $23 million surplus. And today, our controller, Kevin Limbo, just came out and said, we have a surplus. Who are we to trust in these numbers? Who are we, and what numbers are we using as a guide to manage our budget? And it goes back to, again, the biggest priority for us in how we run this budget is to be transparent, to be predictable, and to be honest with the people that our lives are going to be impacted. And what we've seen in these public hearings are, these hearings are not about dollars and cents. They're about people's lives that are impacted, and those that are most at risk and most vulnerable. When we can't manage our budget, that population gets hurt the most. And we have a special responsibility to ensure that every individual in our state, every child, has an opportunity to a better future and to get the best possible education. Those are fundamental values to me of why I ran in the first place. But we need to understand there are way too many moving pieces in this governor's budget that if you take one piece out, the whole budget may truly fall apart. And that's the challenge. Are we going to create a budget that has so many moving pieces and make sure it all fits? And that's why I offer as guidance that we're not going to be done by the end of our constitutional session in June. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. We're going to go to Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. And I think, Senator, you just hit upon it, and that is trust. Now, how do we trust these numbers as the Board of Finance? What is the deficit today? What's the shortfall today? Is it $1.5 billion?
For next year, you're talking, Mr.
Right.
The projected deficit for next year.
$1.7 billion. It's predicated on, taxes received. And what we have found was that we created a budget 2 years ago, and it immediately cratered because our revenue expectations fell way short. What's remarkable to me as we debated the pension, and my frustration is, we are calculating the teacher's pension rate of return at 8%. It just isn't sustainable. We're just kidding ourselves. Transparency and being honest with the numbers. I just gave you 3 sets of numbers for this budget session. If we can't reach a consensus and be honest with what our numbers are, how can we expect to manage the budget moving forward?
Right.
It really is a perplexing concern.
Yeah.
If I can just add to that, and that's, to me, one of the biggest ahas of particularly being in the Finance Committee, the assumptions that are put forth to us in terms of how these budgets are put together, and particularly related to revenue projections. At least in this latest analysis also, it is income tax continues to decline, which might be correlated to people leaving the state. And if we would acknowledge that even a year or so ago, I guess my point is that I'm not sure that the foundations for which the budget is based upon are sound to begin with. So then we start to see all these other things, promises made like the municipal revenue sharing account. Okay, we're going to cut this deal with you. We'll take this much of the sales tax, but we promise we'll give it back. It's like our education funding. It's like the hospital reimbursement tax. I don't know how you do trust this, because the past history, the practice, the behaviors don't lead to
Right, and I think that's,
some level of trust.
to me, that's the biggest issue, is we don't know. Next year, when we do 2019, most likely it's going to be worse, but we really don't know what it's going to be like, right? And then, if I could just ask two questions. One is, how can we trust that if it remains, that the $9 million goes to where we're being told that it goes to, and it's not spent on something else?
Are you,
I'm not sure I understand.
are you talking about the pension funding?
Absolutely.
Pension.
Well, as someone
How can
who-
we trust that?
So, well, just to go back to your other question, I think what you're asking is, could these numbers get worse? Is that part of what you were
Well-
getting at with your first question? How do we trust these numbers, and
Trusted numbers,
could they
but
get worse?
also specifically on the $9 million, it's supposed to go to teachers' pensions. How can we be assured that that's where the $9 million goes to, and not debt service or something else?
So I'm not a pension expert. I know some, but
It's an easy question.
If that were ever it's an easy question. I don't actually control writing the checks, but I can tell you that if that were to ever happen, and we're going to do what we can, everything we can, to not have that happen. But if we are going to ask municipalities to share in that cost, it absolutely would have to. And I don't know what the legal requirements would be for that, but I imagine there would have to be, and in fact, it would be unconscionable. I will say this about teacher pension funding. One thing I just learned today is that actually, the state has actually been fully funding the ARC and the teacher's pension since 2006. I did not know that prior to today. It was the many years prior that it had not been funding. The other issue is the 8% discount rate, which it's my understanding that that board is looking to change that rate also to the 6.9%. But you all know exactly what that means. But I don't have the legal answer for that, but what I can tell you, Mr. Brown, is that if that ever were to happen, it would be unconscionable to do anything otherwise, and I imagine even from a legal standpoint would have to be addressed.
Okay. And then if I just have one last question, and then, and also, I too thank you for being here and listening to us and our concerns. Do you see any real spending reductions in this proposal from the governor? I mean, real spending reductions, other than these pass-throughs that are not spending reductions?
The governor's proposal has, I think it's 300 or 400 million in potential reductions proposed.
Can you be specific on what those reductions are?
It's actually quite interesting. The governor, in his budget, purports to have a $700 million union concession. And approximately 300 million of it was a yet-to-be-agreed freeze on salary increases. And the remaining 400 would be negotiated, has not been put into place. And the governor's office has shared with the union that if those potential 700 million were not realized, there would be layoffs. So he has set the gauntlet down. But what's fascinating is one of the most interesting processes in budgets is when we talk about spending cuts, we calculate spending cuts based upon projected increases. So if your budget is projecting a 5% increase to your cost of doing business for each department, we only cut it to 3%, and we count it as a spending cut. It really is not transparent. It is not truly accountable. And that's the frustration. I did challenge the governor's office on the $300 million in savings. It really wasn't a savings. It was a wage freeze. And so we're really not making the necessary changes to how we govern, to how we make challenges. And I think I'm really excited that we have an opportunity this year, that we are at a crisis mode, and we are looking at everything to try to make our state of Connecticut financially stable into the future. If we don't do it now, I'm fearful that I'm just not sure what this state will look like in the next 5 to 10 years.
Before I go on, I want to follow up on Mr. Brown's question, because I want to frame it a little differently and ask it to the three of you, because it's a question that I get asked as I walk around town every once in a while. It's like, hey, we're being asked to give up funding and to pitch into the pension thing as the town of Fairfield, right? We understand the state has a budget crisis. We understand that everybody's got to pitch in. But why, if we're being asked to take such a draconian cut and to spend more money to the state, are other communities being given actually more money? If this is shared pain across the state for the ills of our state, why isn't every community taking a hit? Doesn't have to be similar, I get it. They're going after certain communities because of they can financially handle it in their point of reference, whatever. But why are some communities actually getting more when others are being asked to foot to the bill if in fact the entire state is in a deficit situation?
You're talking about the proposed budget?
Yes, I'm talking about the governor's budget.
Because in the past round of cuts, every community has been, and at different percentage bases, certainly. Earlier, when I was speaking, I mentioned the term, the steeply progressive, and those
Okay.
are not my words. Those are Secretary Barnes's words. So when we're looking at ECS, the educational cost sharing funding, that is part of that. You know, again, you're not asking me to speak on my budget as proposed. This is certainly
all about the
the
governor's
governor's
budget.
proposal.
And-
Yep.
And this is the governor's budget, and it's not you three, it's not the legislature, right? Let's be very clear on that, right? But the governor's budget says we're bankrupt, right? He didn't use the words, but the state has huge fiscal issues, right? So we all need to take shared pain, except I'm going to give some communities more money.
So primarily, and again, this is my understanding and my interpretation, and from what I've heard in testimony, but the thought in this steeply progressive budget allocation is that the cities, essentially the major cities in Connecticut, are being given additional funds, particularly with education cost sharing. And some of the rationale being behind things like what the Economic Competitiveness Commission heard from McKinsey, which is we've got to invest in our cities in order to create vibrant centers where we're going to be able to retain millennials and have walkable communities and all those good things. So that is what I'm hearing at the legislature in terms of the rationale behind providing more of those funds, more than we were already. Certainly the cities already, when you look at ECS, for example, we're receiving much more than we as a community would be on a per pupil or percentage basis. But
I've got a great sort of little chart that I can email to all of you to see that was provided to us in the presentation by Secretary Barnes when going through the governor's budget. And one of the slides does state that the changes in municipal aid reflect the community's widely varying fiscal needs and their ability to pay. So while we have lost what I'd consider a significant amount of money, community like Waterbury is getting almost $400 million more. Hartford's getting almost $300 million more. Middletown is getting almost $300 million more. Manchester, Danbury, Norwalk, those communities, there are cities in our town. Bridgeport's not called out on here remarkably, so I don't have that particular number. But as Rep. McCarthy Bay, he said, it is the urban areas that are benefiting in this, not only from the shifts in municipal aid, but the theory that is also going to be a positive practice to tax our hospitals, which by and large are in communities and serve those communities.
Right.
So,
Yeah, no, it's a question I get as I go around town, because people hear of the fiscal ills and they don't understand where $400 million comes from to do that, but yet we're taking on $9 million.
it's coming from the money that's coming from all of the
Right.
communities, right? We're sharing the wealth.
Senator, I didn't want to cut you short. Do you have anything to add?
No, I just wanted to follow up, and this is critical. I think it's really important to be clear. I will not be supporting this pension redistribution, period. And I will do my darndest to ensure that it does not come to reality. And to allay the concerns, if it was to go into effect, which I will do my darndest to prevent, that money will be put into the pension. There will be no commingling, there will be no sweeps. But nonetheless, it sets a very bad precedent because, unfortunately, it is a unpredictable burden on our municipalities. When does it go up to 33%? When does it go up to 40? When does the cliff that goes into 20 years from now, when the balloon payment is due, we are looking at millions of dollars of liability that is outside of our municipality's management. And that is something that I would never, ever support.
Thank you. Other questions for Mr. Becker? Did you have something?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for coming. I have one initial follow-up on something that Mr. Brown said related to that, the $9 million, obviously. And if it were to take place and kind of the thought that it'd be unconscionable to spend it somewhere else, a concern that comes immediately to mind is the transportation funding. And it may not be municipalities sending the money up, but it's people all over the state and people who come in the state who have paid taxes in one way or another. And it's my understanding, it's over the years, it's been swept up and put into all sorts of different places, and we've now had to kind of go back and patch that. And so I guess my concern there is that the state has a history, no matter what you do, when their back's up against the wall, coming in and changing something and grabbing it and doing it. And I know that the three of you have clearly said that you'll try to, first off, avoid it happening in the first place, and then avoid not having those stops. It's just a concern when we start shipping money out, not just cuts, but literally turning funds over. And so I wanted to bring that up as a concern on that point, adding to, I think, what Mr. Brown is worried about there.
Thank you, Mr. Becker.
I've got more questions.
You've got a
but
question? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I just, if they wanted to respond.
Sweeps occur all the time in our budget, and is an unfortunate reality. But as I've said, the teacher's pension would go into the teacher's pension, right? But here's the problem. The money that were supposed to go in there gets swept to do something else. So it's a redistribution of a fixed pot of money. And that's where we are, is we're trying to increase where we can find money from people, rather than structurally looking at how we can cut spending. We and I think you asked the key question. What you do in this town is looking at making priorities, making choices. We have not really made the hard decisions about spending cuts or doing with less while maintaining the priorities of what are valued in our communities and in our towns. And I said, so I say that again is, and I said it before, I have a fundamental belief that I don't think we have a revenue problem in our state. We have a spending problem. We have no discipline.
Thank you. Mr. Becker, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, no, and I think that the teacher pension item worries me a little in that this is sort of a bit of almost a game potentially where it now gets removed, but as you mentioned, there's sort of these slices that all have to line up in the end. So then we end up with a larger cut somewhere else. Maybe we net out lower than we thought we were at the end of this cycle, but at the end of the day, we end up taking, a big hit as a municipality. And I think, and I'm glad you guys are here, and we're going to have a tough budget here, but I think the end for us is if it's not gone today, it's going to be gone tomorrow, and we're really in a difficult shape with that. I do have a question. You asked for specific feedback on it. One of them is the municipal revenue sharing. It's my understanding that there's a cap, though, that if we exceed that cap in our budget increase, we lose that. Is that correct still? And my piece of feedback would be, if you're going to make us take these kind of hits, which force us to go, it's my understanding, at least twice over that cap,
Right.
that's a real problem for us, and I would hope that were not to occur, so we could at least try to get that slice back.
Well, the governor's proposal does actually eliminate that cap, and I wasn't in favor, because the reality is, well, I live here with all of you and all of us, myself included, who have been responsible in terms of managing budgets. But things happen in communities, and I don't think it's a fair thing to do. So I agree with you completely, and that's something that I'm going to continue to fight for, particularly given where we are today. You can't put that on to communities. So, and in fact, the governor's proposal also eliminates that as well.
Okay?
You all set, Mr.
Good.
Becker?
Yeah, I'm good for now. Thank you.
Mr. Walsh, did you have something you had said earlier?
Sure. I mean, this budget that the governor has proposed, it's just not that it's not positive. It's pretty much a disaster for the 129 communities that are having municipal aid ripped from them. And I can't even believe that the guy came up with it, to be quite honest with you. I mean, it's just so egregious, this system, for like Hartford to be getting $47 million more while everyone else is just having money ripped away from them, and has their budgets exposed, have their school children and education exposed, has elderly people who can't afford to barely survive in these communities exposed. It's unconscionable. That's what it is. It's unconscionable. And the first thing I want to address, though, is this whole municipal aid package and why it can't be completed prior to May 1st. Are any of you like getting together or talking about it, saying that can we make that a priority so that by May 1st you guys could all sit down and try to figure it out, what the percentages are going to be? Not the whole budget, just the municipal aid package. Because to me, I think if we had a similar problem here, we would set a deadline. We'd say we have a problem. You know, this is not the first year this has happened. This happened last year. We all screamed about it. We were all told by hearing about legislators and hearing from your leadership up in Hartford, we're going to work on that for next year. And here we are next year with a much more draconian and large ripping away of our municipal aid. And everyone sits here, and I understand that you guys are just dealing with reality, and we're just being told like it's not a big deal, we might not have this solved till September. When do you, as legislators, someone makes a motion and says, I make a motion that we're going to figure this out by May 1st. If we have to work till midnight every night, we work till midnight every night. But by May 1st, we're going to let the state municipalities know what their municipal aid package is going to be.
Jump. And I will take a first shot at answering that question. You know, part of it is, you're right, what has happened is unconscionable, first of all. Our state has absolutely no money. The revenue is not growing. The revenue is declining. Spending is really not changing. So it has gotten to the point where it is, so bad, potentially, everybody will work together to find solutions. That the governor's budget is so bad, I do have hope that as it comes to the legislature, we will be able to develop a far better package. But our state is in a dire condition, and I don't know if that has widely been recognized. Certainly by you guys, and I don't mean that. But the way the legislative process works, and with the changing numbers, I don't know how we could guarantee, say by a May 1st deadline, okay, this money is earmarked for our municipalities, that's it. Because it's such shifting sands until it's one piece of the whole package. So until the process, moves through, I can't see it being resolved by then. And to even do one piece, I wouldn't have necessarily confidence that wouldn't change, simply because it's a faulty foundation that we're kind of working off of until we get real with the assumptions, revenue, our forecasts of what we have to work with as a state. So
But couldn't it be done where you would set what that municipal aid package was and say, you know what? After that, if we can't figure it out on the other side, it's going to have to be revenue drivers. Sales tax increase. Possible income tax increase. But you would have to find the money. You would have to balance your budget then, but at least the municipalities would know what their aid package was going to be.
right. Just in
Maybe we have to cut, maybe we have to all cut expenses. Wouldn't that be a novel idea?
it would. And
That'd be a great novel idea, that we
there's
look at
been
our expenses just like this
guarantees-
town does.
There's been guarantees made before. Mr. Becker brought up the Special Transportation Fund. We've talked about the municipal revenue sharing account. We've talked about the promise made to hospitals in terms of, we'll tax you this much, but you'll get this much back, and no, they don't. I'd love to tell you that, yes, sure, we could do that, and we could make that promise, and that promise would be kept. The pattern of behavior shows that that hasn't been kept. So
Because I would see this, even if you were going to cut municipal aid, that would be some smaller percentage. You would cut 5% this year or 8%. And we'd say as a state, you know what, we can't go after these municipalities too much, especially not tell them what the number is.
at least give you
But
some
at least
indication.
we'd have a package of money, and we'd say, you know what, we're going to try to wean them off a little bit.
Yep.
And then make the other assumption, whatever we have to do to come up with that, expense cuts, revenue, new revenue increases, we'll get there. But you'd be able to tell the municipalities by May 1st, I think if people wanted to, what that was, so that we're not being held hostage to these numbers. Because the first selectman, in his budget, is putting in all of the governor's budget.
I understand.
I'm hearing that nobody thinks that this budget's going to survive, and there's no support, and if it voted on right now, every single legislator would turn it down. So what am I supposed to do, guess? I guess that's what I'm supposed to do, guess. Right?
Neither of you give Mr. Walsh a
Because
better
I'd be-
answer than me. More hope? I don't.
I will say this, Mr. Walsh, there's not one legislator in the entire General Assembly who doesn't think that that's a big deal. In fact, it is a really big deal. And I just echo what my colleague, Representative Devlin, said. I wish that I could say, absolutely, we will get you that number. I wish that I could sit here and make that promise. I can't. I can't. And so that's the honest answer. The question you had, it goes back to what Senator Huang said earlier about the budget process and the balloon effect that he was talking about. And so I think there is a desire to be able to have answers as soon as possible, but I do not, I think Rep. Devlin is right. I think that it's going to be tough to get there. I can tell you that we're not alone. Every community is wrestling with this exactly the same.
Well, certain don't have to deal with it, because like if you're if you're a Hartford, under the current package, I can't see their legislators wanting to vote against this. Why would they turn down $47 million, which is going to turn their budget from a complete red and almost going bankrupt to all of a sudden being in the black. It's amazing how that number worked out.
Yeah, I
I mean,
can't
it
speak
just-
for them. I'm
Yeah, I
saying
know, I know,
we
but I
are-
mean,
we are
those people
with
are
the
probably jumping
majority
for
of
joy.
legislators. But again, even when I said that what the speaker said in terms of this budget not passing, we're still facing that deficit.
Well, and that's the point, right? It might not, what I'm hearing is it might not pass in the current form, but there's no guarantee that whatever other form you guys come up with, right, is going to be that much beneficial to Fairfield. Because as Senator eloquently put it, you've got a balloon there and it's got to be filled, right? You also have $700 million worth of savings built in. You don't know how much you're going to get, right? So it's got to come from somewhere. So the numbers are the numbers, and they have to even out.
I think they've been so bold as to suggest towns use their reserve funds.
Yeah, I've heard that. Then I've heard we only need 5% in our reserve funds. I don't know who the rocket scientist was that said that, but it goes against everything that we've been told, and I'd be happy to debate that person and have that conversation at a mutually convenient time. Well, let's make that happen.
Mr. Chairman, may I follow up on the 700 million is the estimate in the governor's proposed budget for the labor savings.
Right.
So the funds I was talking about were on top of that.
I'm not
delivery
even
funds.
talking, I'm just saying overall, the point is there's a string there, there's a string here, right? The point being, it might not pass in this form, but it's got to pass in some form,
Right.
right? But to Mr. Walsh's point, and I want to follow up on it if I can, because I know we all agree, and we can all sit around and say, we absolutely agree, everybody agrees, you're right, every municipality, we all want to know the municipal aid before the municipalities have to vote on their budget. Here's my question. Has the legislature put together a task force or a group to start working on answering that for the long term? It's too late for this year, but who's working on how do we adequately adjust the budget process in the future so that we have the answer before we're sitting here, as Mr. Walsh said, and guessing? So are we all just going to sit around and say, yeah, we all agree, it's terrible? Or is somebody working on an actual longer-term solution to it? Yeah.
And follow-up, is there a task force with respect to how to deal with the pension issue? I mean, it seems like all we do is we fly by the seat of our pants. That's what we've been doing for years now. It's not the way to govern. And I agree with Mr. Flynn. I mean, are there task force of really bright people who are looking at these issues to try to solve them?
So to answer Mr. Flynn's question, there's not a task force, but I know that there are people dealing with that and discussing it. In terms of the pension, there absolutely have been a lot of people who have been working on this. And in fact, the governor did commission a study from Boston College, the pension experts there, to look at that. The treasurer's office, the comptroller, and the governor's office have been looking at this. And just to follow up on the pension piece, those funds, I know there are trust laws, and that's part of what
Right.
I was reminded about, so in terms of making sure that those funds go in there. But the pension piece is one of the elephants in the room, and it's something I've been talking about since I was first there. Yes, there are people who are looking at that and looking at all available options. Your question was about the municipal aid piece.
Yeah.
And there are conversations that are happening about how we try to address this, but nothing specific in terms of a task
So
force.
there's no task force, there's no concrete, this is what we're going to try to do. And Mr. Walsh, I'm sorry, I was leading with your question. I want to go back to you and turn the floor back over to you. No problem. For more questions.
Senator McKinney, when he was in your similar seats, used to have a number where he would say that, and this goes back to when he was a state senator, that for every dollar of tax that this town sent in income tax or whatever type of taxes we sent up to Hartford, for every dollar we'd get 10 cents back. Has there been numbers run on based on the governor's what that would now be? Because something tells me it's going to be about a penny.
We've not done that analysis because it's still a moving target, Mr. Walsh, and I think the perception may be indeed real. We're not getting our fair share back. It is a very difficult situation. I mean, I think one of the things that we need to focus on is finding solutions. And I think at the same time, I do want to offer that we do have a responsibility to ensure all of our communities succeed. And it should not be an argument or a fight between urban centers, rural centers, and suburban. The mechanism of state government is broken. We have not demanded, I mean, I'm going to repeat this over and over again, and it's simple. Demand predictability, demand that we create a system that's sustainable, demand that it's transparent. Everything else follows will work. We've not done that. So I do struggle with what this governor has done in this budget. And he has looked at redistribution of wealth. He has looked to pit our urban communities against our suburbs. And I think that's not the right way to go about it. I think we have an important responsibility to ensure that our cities are vibrant, magnets of business and commerce and success. And they've had historical challenges, whether it's by their own volition, bad management, circumstances. It is what it is. So let us fix the problem. But at the same time, it should not be a unilateral transition of taking from towns that are run well, that are accountable, with great bodies like yours, demanding accountability in everything you do. So I really did want to share that, because you're right, Fairfield does not get its fair share. And I will do my best to bring more back. But we need to understand, it is important. It really is important to not pit this budget fight between urban, suburban, and rural towns. That's not the way to go about it. We need to find a solution that is appropriate for every town, every individual in our state to succeed. That's the way we all rise.
I appreciate that. My concern is that, as I know this town and all its bodies work hard to do the right thing and to properly fund things and to do everything we can. And we see other communities now seem to be, under the governor's Robin Hood method, want to take further from us, to tax us further, because he's taking away our funds. Let's make no mistake about that. He's driving up a tax increase in our community to reward other communities that have had past major corruption, that have not been managed properly, nor do I think that we're requiring them to change that at all. At all. They're just going to be handed this money, and if you think that it's all going to be well spent, it's not. It's not at all going to be well spent. I mean, unless you're going to put chains on how the money's spent in those communities to get much more, which I don't think you're planning on doing, nor do I have any faith that you're going to do it. So to me, that money is going to be flushed down the toilet to a great extent. You're going to reward communities, these urban centers, for all their past mistakes and have them come clean, all at the expense of other communities. And I know the governor thinks our town's rich. I mean, to me, this budget and what he's doing to us and taking $14 million away, it's like he's gone to war against our town. I mean, that's pretty much, he's declared war against our town. That's what he's done, because I don't consider our town to be rich. I don't consider the neighbors that live around me, the elderly people that are making decisions on whether to have a private hauler for their trash or to maintain basic cable service. And I've talked to some of them weekly about this. They're not rich. But I think it's, if you told me that we were going to take $400 million for this pension so the state didn't have to spend it, and that we were going to cut down the state spending by $400 million in order to more balance our budget and whatever, that's not what's happening. This is forcing a tax increase down onto communities like Fairfield.
Or a service cut.
Or a service cut. But basically, that's what it is. And my fear is that the legislature as a whole, not you specifically, I want to be very clear, not you specific legislators, but the legislature as a whole is going to say to themselves, hey, we can get away without having, say, we increase taxes if we follow the governor down this rabbit's hole. Because, you know, in essence, we've pushed all this down and let the municipalities raise their taxes.
Or weaken their balance sheets and use their reserves.
Any way they want to handle it. It's a war, you know, but it's just, that's my fear, is that that's what's going to happen. That it's easy for the governor to say, I didn't have a tax increase. It's easy for the legislators to say, we didn't condone a tax increase, so when all the legislators go around to their constituents, we didn't raise taxes. Make no mistake about it, this is a tax increase.
Property tax, local property tax.
Local property tax.
Yep.
I would have felt better if you had done it through, you know, income tax or a sales tax. Just call it what it is and deal with your problems up there. Don't force those problems down here. We'll have to deal with them based on how you want to raise revenue. Maybe by buying goods or paying higher income taxes, if that's the way you want to go. I'd prefer cost cutting up there. But it's hard to deal with, it's hard to get your head around, and on top of it, the disrespect that the governor and the legislature are going to have by not telling us a number by the time we have to set a budget year after year is getting old and tired, and it's getting ridiculous. Do you, I want to each ask you, will you, as the governor's budget stands now, do you each commit that you'll vote against that budget if it's presented as this?
Yes.
I've already said that.
Okay. I'd like you each to tell me, what do you think a proper amount of municipal aid cut would be? Do you support it being $1 million? Do you submit it being $5 million, $10 million? Because I think we need to know that. Do you have a number where you'll vote against it no matter what?
Pretty sure I'll be voting against it no matter what.
It's a moving target. I would say first and foremost, I would love to hold our municipalities harmless. Let you do what you do well, which is to manage your own resources, and force the state to start learning to manage their businesses properly. But to give a specific number, look, the ideal number would be 0. The ideal number would be 0. To bring you harmless, let you run your town the way you expect to run it. And that's a good baseline for me to work from.
I really don't support reducing our municipal aid at all. I think, as we have already stated, you know, our state does still have a spending problem. I think there's other ways to tackle this. It was Mr. Mottola, I think, who said, you know, this is sort of a slapdash approach at putting together a budget. It's been slapdash at least for the past 2 years that I've been there. It's been ridiculous. You would be shocked and other things at the process that goes through, and the lack of thought, I think, that goes through things, because it doesn't take into consideration, right? There are, and we talk about, well, you guys up there and you here, but we live here, and the work you're doing is on our behalf too. And thank you, because you're doing you have done an amazing job, and you are doing an amazing job, and we are, you know, lucky to live here. So of course our goal is to do whatever we can to hold harmless our community. At the same time, we've got to take a serious look at how this state is operating. You know, we talk about it all the time, and it's got to change, because I can't see it getting better without that. But short answer, Mr. Walsh, I don't support making any further reductions than our community has already had. In the last budget that was presented that had reductions in our community, I stood up on the House floor speaking against that quite at length. And I think the number I was quoting at that point was we were getting 3 cents on the dollar back.
Thank you. Ms. McCarthy-Vahey.
I think the bottom line that you've heard consistently tonight is that this delegation is going to be fighting for everything we can for Fairfield, and that we also have to be honest about the bills that are due. And especially, again, going back to pensions, and you look at what's happened around the country and the obligation there and the difficulty. So I think that we're going to need to hear from you. You know, last year we cut $800 million in the budget. I would be very interested to hear from any of you if you have specific suggestions, and I say that with all sincerity, as to how we can make cuts. If you have areas that you are aware of in your own work or through what you're doing, I am very open to hearing that. But this delegation, and myself included, is going to fight to do everything we can to bring back all the resources we can to Fairfield.
Thank you.
And just one last statement, just in regards to something else that was mentioned earlier by Mr. Brown, I believe, and Ms. McCarthy, you touched upon it, where you thought it would be unconscionable if the state were ever to be able to touch any of the pension money or whatever. But I think you'd have to agree that, you know, based on the relationship, that this was like your family money, and you were being asked to send up, you know, $14 million to someone who's treated us like the state has, you probably wouldn't do it. You probably wouldn't trust them, especially since they haven't funded this the way they should have all these years when we weren't supposed to be paying a penny of this, and hasn't properly been invested. So I think there's a great distrust of sending a dollar up there at all. And I think that if there was any money, we should keep it locally and manage it ourselves, because I have no faith that the state is going to fund their share, that they're going to invest it properly, or they might just steal the money out of it for one way or another, because they had another higher priority for those funds. So I would hope that any statute that's written up for this would, that if the state wasn't going to fund their portion, whatever it was, that all the municipalities would just be void that year from making their payments. Because we'd be stupid to send it up if the state's not going to fund their portion as well. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Leclerc for one or two more questions, and then I'm going to call in a night because we've gone on
Chris
over our
wanted-
45 minutes.
Chris.
Chris, and then you? Or you?
Me, and then Chris.
Go.
Okay. I'll try to be quick. I just want to echo Jim's sentiments that I really am concerned about the changes to the municipal funding formulas, that I think there's multiple factors that have to be looked at. Fairfield is no longer the town we once were. We just lost our main taxpayer, GE, and we haven't felt the full effects of that yet. From the cuts last year, where First Selectman made very hard decisions and has been holding back our paving of our roads, books for the library, and other department expenses that we had planned to do for this year. So we are struggling as a community right now, and we have worked very hard all together, every board in this town, to fund our fund balance, to raise it to what the rating agencies want to see for AAA rated communities. We funded our pensions, we funded OPEB. We are working really hard at a cost to the taxpayers, and other towns aren't doing that. And it's unfair to consider us that we're wealthy and well-managed and to make us pay for other towns. And you have to factor that in, that we have residents who are living on very meager means, and it affects everyone. That's it.
Thank you, Mrs. Leclerc. Very well said. Mr. DeWitt, and this is it.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick statement and then a final question for you. I sympathize with you all having to get a budget by June. Doesn't sound like it's going to be by June. But as a member, as one of the 9 members of the Board of Finance who our primary role is to set the mill rate, I have to tell you, last year was the first year I really felt angst setting the mill rate based on sketchy data, for lack of a better term. This year, I'm really feeling the angst, and we haven't even, just the first night of budget, I'm already feeling the angst. So I know we in this room all know we set the mill rate, but just for the general public and people sitting here, that is really my biggest concern, is setting the mill rate too high and overtaxing, setting too low and undertaxing. It's our final decision, and it's a burden, frankly. Excuse my ignorance, my last question, or my only question. If you don't pass a budget within the prescribed time, what happens? Do you go into a continuing resolution? Is there such a thing in the state? Do you just keep executing the budget that's in place now, or do we just send all the police and fire people home and don't pay them until the budget's passed?
Having gone through a budget that did not get done until September, I believe that was in 2010 or 2011, we just continued on. Everything was pretty much in limbo. Government continues. But what was shocking as a result of that budget was a record tax increase. But what was even more alarming and frustrating was the fact that, if people recollect, that we taxed retroactive to January of that year. And that was one of the biggest frustrations that GE executives had with this state, that literally the CFO said the embarrassment of having to say to some of their employees that their November paycheck was not coming because it had to pay for taxes. That was retroactive. Again, we're talking about how we govern as a state, and I want to take a moment to thank all of you for what you do in a volunteer basis as a Board of Finance. I would, representing 5 towns, I'm very proud of every town that we represent, and our Board of Finances are superlative. But I also want to take a moment to acknowledge the good work of the Board of Education, who's not here, and their efforts to keep costs down and manage the budget that is such a point of contention as well. I just want to take a moment and thank them and Dr. Jones, who kind of stepped into a hornet's nest. My appreciation for her work and the Board of Ed's work as well.
Thank you.
Did you want to say?
With
Just
that,
may
unless
I-
there's anything, yes?
I don't know exactly what happens, and I will check into the law on that and get back to you in terms of if there's nothing. But I can say this, I don't want to be Pennsylvania. I don't want that to happen in our state, which means we all have to come together, Democrats and Republicans, and figure this out. And no, I suppose it's possible. I'm a little more hopeful than Senator Huang in terms of the June deadline, but it means we're going to have to work that much harder to make sure that we don't end up like Pennsylvania did.
Thank you very much. Before you guys leave, just in summary, right, one of the things I hope to get out of tonight, we hope to get out of tonight, was some of your views and your thoughts of where you guys are in the budget process. And as we all know, our sticking point is the fact that we don't have quality information at this point in time as to what that final budget's going to be. So in reality, the best available information that we have to go on right now is the governor's budget proposal, correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Tetro, the budget that you've submitted to us for review takes into account the governor's current budget proposal as the best available information, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So what I would ask, if I might, and you guys have all been great about this, as has Representative Kupchak, if you could keep us in the loop on any late-breaking information as soon as you get it. This board, these boards vote on the budget in very early April, and then the RTM approves the final budget in May, early May, and then, as Mr. DeWitt alluded to, we set the mill rate a couple nights after they get done with their final work. So there's not a lot of time left. There's going to be a lot of wood to chop and a lot of hard decisions to be made locally based on this information. But anything that you could do to provide a little bit more clarity as things develop, I know we would all greatly appreciate it. And with that, I thank you for your time tonight. We appreciate all your hard work up in Hartford on our behalf. We appreciate you coming before us this evening in really an unprecedented format, and we thank you. With that, I think we're going to take our break about now for about 5 minutes, allow the room to clear out, allow you guys to leave, and the first selectman to set up for his presentation. So,
Thank you very much, Mr. Flynn.
Yes.
Well, again, I just want to, thank you, but to Mary's, comment, we don't take for granted at all the challenge ahead of you and the challenge ahead of our state. We recognize that, behind all of these numbers are people. The emails that I'm sure my colleagues receive also that
Please, in the
talk
back,
about
please be quiet.
families that are struggling, that are trying to make a decision if they can stay or leave, or have to leave, it is heartbreaking. So know that we are doing everything that we possibly can, and again, we appreciate the great work that you guys are doing to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
At this point, we're going to have the first selectman's budget presentation. And since I make a better door than a window, I am going to move off to the side, turn the floor over to him. We will use the overheads, and we will, overheads, sound like I'm 80 years old. We will use the projector and the computer, and I will move to the side. Thank you.
Better sound that way than look that way, Mr. Flynn.
There you go.
Good, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to present the budget here tonight. I do owe a special thank you to Nancy Burns from the Board of Ed IT Department for providing technical assistance and helping me get this off. But given the hour, we will jump right into this. I want to thank the department managers who did a phenomenal job this year in helping put this together. Fiscal Officer Bob Mayer and our Finance Department, and a big thank you to Dr. Jones and the school administration. And also a special thank you to all the volunteers that contribute their time to make our town special, including the members of the Board of Finance, Board of Selectmen, and the RTM when they will get through to doing this, and the Board of Ed have done their part. Our budget objectives are much the same this year, despite the challenges. Manage our expenses and provide high-quality services to our residents, fund all our essential services, fund our long-term obligations, and that includes pension, retiree medical, our surplus contribution, and our senior tax relief. Provide support and funding for our top-quality school system, and continue to strengthen our financial foundation, and we've met all of these in this budget. We do have some unique challenges, some of which you've just heard about. The governor's proposed budget reduces aid to the town and Board of Ed by $5 million. That's $3.5 million reduction in educational cost sharing, 1.2 reduction in special education money, and a $500K reduction in pilot. Now that $500K reduction is based on our pilot numbers without regard to Sacred Heart Purchasing GE. So that's basically a $500K reduction on the roughly $2 million we got in pilot funding, and that's pilot stands for payment in lieu of taxes. And we basically get additional funds from the state to make up the taxes we do not get because of Fairfield U and Sacred Heart being nonprofit. In addition, as we've been just discussing, there's a $9 million transfer in state pension costs to the town. As from my time on the Board of Finance to my time as First Selectman, the guideline we've always used in putting together a budget, because things do change, and things will change throughout the budget process, we've always used the philosophy of best available information. The town budget will be determined in May, and as we just heard, the state assembly budget will be decided sometime in June or later. On the town side, the recommendation is $132.8 million. This is a 2.3% increase over the prior year. The number as related here does not include a state pension cost transfer. I will include that later, and will reflect numbers that include the budget with and without the state pension cost transfer, so you can see it both ways. The town side expense drivers, and you can see these in your budget book when you, I think it's page 32, but the big ones, the primary expense drivers, our annual recommended pension contribution. The pension board has reduced our discount rate or expected annual return to 7%, and that is reflected in this budget. An annual recommended OPEB contribution, an increase in debt service, contingency primarily for increase in wages, health insurance increase, and we've continued to have a contribution in surplus because of the increase, including because of the state cuts and the pension fund contribution. That surplus contribution to surplus has gone up significantly. We've got significant reductions as we went through the departments. The department managers did a great job of first bringing their budgets in flat and then going back and looking for where else we could either find revenue or find adjustments in their budgets. And police and fire, public works, the public library, parks and recreation, and conservation were all asked to help out, and they did an excellent job of finding expenses we could live without for a year. None of these cuts are easy. None of these cuts are about better management. They're all about not having $14 million and what can we do. On the Board of Ed, I'm recommending $166.7 million. This is roughly $2 million less than the Board of Ed requested. This helps offset the reductions in state aid. It does represent a 1.87% increase in expenses on the Board of Ed side. In addition to the Board of Ed direct costs that are in the Board of Ed budget book, there are certain Board of Ed costs that are included in the town side expenses. I did include the state pension number here, the debt service, workers' comp, insurance, health department costs, specifically nurses, police crossing guards and school security officers, purchasing support, unemployment insurance, finance, public works support, and this totals $32.8 million. So in addition to the Board of Ed number, there's another $32.8 million that is included in the budget. This would bring a Board of Ed expense total to $199.6 million. This is the number we report to the state every year. It represents 64.6, almost 65% of our overall budget. It does make a strong statement about Fairfield's commitment to education, especially with the reductions in the state education funding. We've got some revenue drivers that historically haven't been as big a deal, but they are this year. On the negative side, we've got a loss of tax revenue from the GE property, and that's comprehended in this budget. We have a loss of $5 million in municipal aid from the state. On the positive side, we did include a planned tax sale. We are using, including the use of bond premiums. We do have some grand list growth and certain reserve accounts we're able to tap to help with the numbers this year. Overall, our overall budget without the state pension being a factor would be $299.5 million. This would be an increase of just over 2% over last year. And this would include a loss of $5 million in revenue from the state. The pension cost transfer is $9.2 million. This line would increase our overall budget by over 3%. And importantly, if approved, this line item would be our fastest growing expense line item in future years. For those of you, we've just gone through a whole explanation on pension. We'll have more of it later today, but the simple explanation on this is the 8% discount factor is too high, and the pension is funded, I believe, at this point, below 50%, and you know you can't make those numbers work if you don't have a fully funded pension system. The overall budget with the state transfer changes our budget increase to 5.2%. Brings the expense budget to $308.8 million, and would require an estimated mill rate of 26.59, and that's a 4.48% increase over last year. That's why that $9 million is so important that it does not get passed on to the towns, including Fairfield. Our approval process from here, as the Board of Finance well knows, is the town approves the budget, is scheduled the first week in May when the mill rate's set. The state level, the governor's made his recommendation. The state budget is now in the hands of the state assembly, and it's the assembly who'll decide to accept or change the governor's proposals, hopefully by June, but possibly later. The proposed budget is based on the best information, including the governor's proposals, as I've mentioned. Better information, we will have better information after the state assembly decides, and as you heard the requests and the conversation, and I think those are good points, if we can get some indications from the state assembly sooner on what things will definitely not pass, will not go anywhere, it would be good to be able to make those decisions sooner rather than later at our level. Once we set the mill rate, we cannot lower it, based on everything we've looked at in town charter and state statutes. The state budget is obviously having a large negative impact on our housing affordability here in Fairfield. And I think one of the things that I've heard in the conversations is that we keep talking about the town of Fairfield as being one of the wealthier towns. And I think that's a complete mischaracterization. The problem is we have some wealthy individuals in Fairfield. It's not really a problem. It happens to be a privilege to have them here. But we have a great diversity in our people. And every person in Fairfield is not wealthy. To pass these cuts on and to pass them on to the property tax hurts those of our residents that aren't wealthy, our seniors, our low-income people that do have a house but are barely making it, our small businesses. And that is the big negative in terms of affordability in Fairfield. And I think that we have to fight against this characterization of wealthy towns where all people are wealthy. That is not who we are. We're proud of our diversity. It impacts this, but the state cannot look at us as just one big town of all wealthy individuals. That's a complete mischaracterization. And when they pass it on in property tax, that hurts everybody, but it especially burdens the seniors, low-income people, and our small businesses, and that's what we have to fight against. I'm working with the following groups to fight these cuts. The state delegation, have you heard? I've met with some assembly leaders, and I will meet with others as the weeks progress. Working with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities, both in working groups and working on their behalf to represent the CCM, as well as other mayors and first selectmen. And believe me, there's a lot of enthusiasm for fighting the budget proposal as it stands among the mayors and first selectmen throughout our state. Our Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, and RTM must work together, as we do. We've got to keep the pressure on the state to find a better solution, and I think this initial session we had was a great start on doing that. As we go through, we will have the opportunity to restore some of the cuts that I've put into the budget, and potentially a chance to refund tax dollars to our residents if we find out that our cuts are such, or that the state cuts change enough to give us the opportunity to do that. When we look at some histories and trends in terms of where we are, there's a 10-year history comparison, but I think that if I had to pick out one line on here, I'd like you to notice it's full-time town employees in 2016 was 463.6, and in 2006, 10 years earlier, was 464. We have kept the number of employees on the town side constant over an entire decade. These are the big drivers in the expense growth over a 10-year period. And no surprise, the Board of Education, OPEB and pension are the two next biggest, and realize that 10 years ago we were not fully funding OPEB and we were not fully funding our annual pension costs. So those costs have gone up, not because the expenses have as much as the fact that we weren't funding them in their entirety. Let's look at the town side budget trend. Now this is without the state pension cost transfer. You can see over the last 6 years this has declined, and with a bit of a jump this year to just over 2%. Once you include the state pension cost transfer, the jump this year is dramatic. Now that's a $9 million add-on that drives up our town cost to over 8%. On the BOE trend, see it's gone up and down a bit, but basically has balanced right around that 2% level. And then when you combine the town and the Board of Ed without the state pension costs, you can see we're right. For the last 5 years, we've been averaging 2% or less in this. But once you add in the 9% state pension cost transfer, that really picks this increase up to the 5% expense cost increase that we had mentioned earlier. When you look at other towns, this goes back, it's a little bit dated, but it's the latest study the Yankee Institute did in terms of spending per capita in Fairfield compared to other towns in the state. Though I did not list all 169 towns, I limited it to some of the other towns in Fairfield County, specifically our neighboring towns, so you can see that we stack well below them in what we're spending per capita, what we're spending per resident to deliver the services in our town. And I think this is one of the best estimates of how efficient our town government is relative to others. Finally, in summary, this budget meets the challenges facing our town. It meets our long-term obligations, pension, OPEB, senior tax relief, and by funding our surplus contribution, it protects our AAA rating. It makes expense and revenue adjustments to mitigate the negative impact of the governor's proposal. It provides flexibility for changes in the final state budget, regardless of when that state budget is passed, because we're planning for the governor's proposal at the moment, as that changes, and even if it extends through to September, we can still make changes then in terms of restoring costs or potentially issuing refunds to some of our residents. It continues to support high-quality education in our school system, and it recognizes the need to keep Fairfield affordable while maintaining valuable services. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present the budget here tonight.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
Makes me stand up.
Mr. Tetro, thank you for the presentation. I also want to thank, before we get started, the town's finance department, Mrs. Gardner, Mr. Mayor, and the respective staffs. Putting together a budget is never easy. Putting together a budget in a time of great uncertainty and late-breaking information is very challenging. So we appreciate all your efforts. We also appreciate the efforts and the thought that went into the budget preparation by the department heads, many of whom are new to the town this year. So this is the first time they've had to go through this. So welcome. Otherwise, if my colleagues don't have any other comments or questions at this point, we can begin with some of the more detailed discussions. Mr. DeWitt.
Just a couple questions. Thank you for the introduction, Mr. First Selectman. One quick question on senior tax relief. So if we do indeed, if we are indeed burdened with all the increases that we're feeling from the state, I would assume that would put a larger, as you mentioned, a larger burden on our, lowest earning population, which would include our seniors. Is the senior tax relief this year proportionately raised to match the increase or decrease in funding? I guess I don't know how that's calculated, so I don't know if in a 5% increase over year, or a 2%, if that is raised proportionally.
We find the biggest adjustment or variation in senior tax relief is people's individual financial situation in terms of whether that goes up or down and qualifies them or disqualifies them for that, and then how many new people come into the system. And unfortunately, we make an estimate on that. We have estimated, the estimate's been high the last few years. I believe we've kept it the same in this budget.
Might catch up this year.
So that the issue depends on their individual financial situation.
Right.
That's a bigger driver than just the tax increase to the tax dollars. But, that's very definitely what I'm worried about, is that regardless of their tax situation, whether they qualify for senior tax relief or they don't, those are folks typically on lower incomes that own property. And they are the ones, when you transfer costs from an income tax-based system at the state level to a regressive property tax system here, it hurts them the worst. And I think that, again, characterizing towns, Fairfield has a larger population. We have 60,000 people. We're not your typical suburban town that has 10,000 people, 20,000 people. We have a greater economic diversity, and I think it's a great mischaracterization of our town to say we're wealthy, because everybody in our town is not wealthy. And if you transfer cost to property tax, you hurt everybody equally, unfortunately.
Right. I agree, in much to Mr. Walsh's point before, it would almost be better if there were just a revenue tax, right? Or tax on goods, because then you could just spend less and be burdened less. This is proportionately burdening everyone. And then my second question, we cannot lower the mill rate once set. I've heard different things. I've asked the question because, as I stated before, there's more angst on the mill rate for me than any other year. How did we determine that? Who gave us that final determination? I know you said town charter and state regulations, but I'm curious.
The town charter doesn't really address it. It addresses everything up to setting the mill rate.
Right.
After that, we went to look at town charter, state statute, sorry. I asked the town attorney to research that and find out if there's any past practice, past example, where the mill rate for towns had been lowered. There's plenty of examples and plenty of statute that covers the ability to raise the mill rate after. So if a town got in trouble and realized that for some reason that the mill rate they passed would not give them enough revenue, they can raise the mill rate, but there is no mechanism described or an example described where somebody decreased the mill rate after
So
the fact.
are we not sure we can do it, or there's just no precedent for it? Sounds like there's
We can't-
precedent
we-
for raising it, right?
We can't find a mechanism for doing it.
Okay.
There's also, isn't there, the very practical issue of just the tax bills going out, right?
Yeah, there's some logistical issues, but assuming we can find a way around those.
Right.
But the chairman is correct that we need money to run the town. So that we have to send tax bills out on a timely basis in order to start that money coming in.
I'm with you.
So
If-
once we do that, that's why, as much as we can't lower the mill rate, I have talked with a chief fiscal officer and talked about, do we have the ability to send refunds out? All right, so potentially and I think a lot of it would flow through the Board of Finance, so as you're going through this, I think the issue is what we restore, based on what that 14 million changes, right? We just heard it's going to change, we don't know where. But how it changes, I think a lot of that would come back, especially after we set the mill rate, come back to the Board of Finance in terms of, let's just take the teacher's pension, that 9 million isn't real to some degree. Where do we put that money to since we've approved it? Which expenses do we restore? And if other things change dramatically, do we in fact refund some money to the residents?
And that's completely a Board of Finance function, correct? That doesn't have to go through any other board, I mean, the Board of Selectmen probably.
In
That's where
terms
the
of,
art team might-
if you'll take just the example of the state pension fund number, and let's say that 9 million went to zero.
Right.
We'd have an authorized expenditure in the budget for 9 million to an account, we're not going to spend it. So like any other transfer, line item transfer, it would come back to the Board of Finance and we'd propose that we'd want to change it from here to here or here to here. But it would be the Board of Finance that approves that like any other budget line item transfer.
Okay. I don't know the mechanism that would end up turning into refunds, but I really don't want to get into that right tonight. Okay, it's a interesting point.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Mr. Mottola.
Wasn't there last year some special legislation that allowed us to make adjustments after July 1st? I thought the state passed some legislation just for last year that allowed that to happen. And I don't think it would be applicable this year, but there could be the possibility that legislation could be passed that would allow us to adjust the mill rate. That was my recollection. I could be wrong about that.
Thank you, Mr. Mottola.
I think that should be something we bring up with the state delegation.
Forward.
As something, I haven't heard that talked about a lot in terms of an adjustment up there. They seem to have their hands full with passing what they have in front of them. But certainly
They're
that would
not
be,
doing much.
that would be one of the components that would make things easier on the towns.
Great. Mr. Becker.
And to that point, you said you had first started with town charter, so how about town ordinance and looking to the RTM and getting that started? Perhaps a piece of legislation will take a few months to happen, but it would come into effect sometime over the, end of this cycle, beginning of the fiscal year, and at least perhaps be in place, so if we wanted to do that, there's your legal mechanism sitting in our town code. Certainly an idea.
I think it makes sense to look at that and how it matches up with state statutes, certainly. I think that's a good suggestion.
So is that, could you add that in and maybe get back with the feedback, because that's something we'd want to obviously bring to them sooner rather than later, because it takes 3 months or so to get legislation in and then a waiting period and whatnot. So, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go over to Mr. Timniak.
Real quick here, just sticking with the theme of the state of Connecticut and what's going on. Have you or the town, have we submitted any testimony, or have you gone up and personally testified against any of these unfunded mandates or any of these legislations which is going to hinder us or increase our town budget? I'm thinking two specifically. One, we heard from Representative Vahey today about the Board of Ed, the Education Committee, and their meeting today, and, prevailing wage is another one going out there. So I'm just wondering if the town's being proactive in submitting our position of, we're against this stuff or we're for it if it helps us.
Simply put, one, I've been one of the leaders on CCM in terms of talking with the state assembly and working with CCM leadership and other first selectmen and mayors on an ongoing basis to make sure that we make sure that all of our delegations know how we feel, so they're there. I've, at this point, met with two of the leaders, the majority leader in the House and the minority leader in the House. I'm setting up appointments to meet with leadership in the Senate, and frankly, every other member of the State Assembly I can get an appointment with to make sure they're clear on where we stand and how this hurts Fairfield, because I think we get mischaracterized as a wealthy town, and I think they need to know that all of our people are not wealthy.
So, I guess my question is, have we submitted documentation which is on record with the committees?
At this point, no, I haven't. I've been talking to the leadership directly.
Okay. Mr. Timniak, anything else?
I'm good, thanks.
All right. So I want to go into the detail now. Our first area is two of the largest drivers of our budget increases annually. OPEB, which stands for Other Post-Employment Benefits, Healthcare, and pensions. So I think our actuaries are here. If you could come on up and introduce yourself, thank you. And Mr. Mayor, do you want to kick this off? Am I waiting for you to kick this off and give us a little bit of context, please?
Introducing Tim Ryer with Hooker and Holcomb, the actuary. Just, I think, very briefly, the pension board did vote at their last meeting to reduce the OPEB and the pension plan discount rates from 7.5 to 7 in one step. Also made some other amortization changes to the model. And also, we had, every 5 years, the town has an experience rating analysis, and that was performed this year as well. And so with that, Mr. Meyer.
Yes, I'm going to allow Mr. Walsh to ask a question. Mr. Mayor, and you do sit on the town pension boards, correct, as the CFO?
Correct.
This reduction in the discount rate is going to drive up the pension costs, correct?
Correct.
It's kind of kicking a dog when he's down. With the pension board fully knowing about what's going on with the state, was there any talk? Or I don't understand why this wasn't like smoothed in over time, like reduced over time, especially with the horrible year we're having now. That's before us.
The what was initially before the board was, and some members of the board actually were in favor of a 6.5% discount rate, and obviously 6.5% would be a significantly greater hit to the town. So the board did consider things, and if you look at, so if you had a 6.5 and phase it in, that's kind of like a 7, depending if it's like a 2-year phase in. That's one thing. The second thing is we also made some other changes, like we took this as the discount rate impact as a single event, and what we did is we boxed, if you will, the unauthorized, actually not the unauthorized, the unfunded balance to date, and changed the amortization period from a 15-year open to a 25-year close, which had a mitigation impact. Whereas this year's, so if you had like a 5 and 7.25, if you had a 7 phased in, it's approximately the same number for this year's budget than doing it the way we did it.
Did anybody on the board say maybe we should do 7.25 this year?
Right. Yes, but then there's, and Mr. Ryer will explain this in detail. But there's many variables. So you do 7.25. What do you do with the amortization rate? Do you change the amortization rate? Do you impact the amortization rate? There's a couple things you want to do. One, you want to maintain the integrity of the pension plan and the payments to the pension plan. Two, I think it's important, from my perspective, if we believe it's 7, and if we can manage 7 in a way that's similar to a phase-in through amortization, I think it's better to to recognize 7 so that our unfunded liabilities and funded levels are accurately stated based upon what we believe the discount rate should be.
Okay. It just seems as though every single thing is working against us in this budget, from state aid to GE leaving to now the pension discount rate going down. I don't know. I just would have hoped that there would have been a little relief there, but I guess not.
Compared to 6.5.
Well, I think that would have been crazy, but whatever. That's my own personal opinion.
Thank you. Mr. Ryer?
All right, thank you.
Welcome and welcome back.
Thank you. Does everyone have a copy of the presentation?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. And there's a lot to cover, and I know it's late, so certainly feel free to hurry me along or tell me to skip over things. As Mr. Mayor mentioned, we did an experience study. You follow GFOA best practices, and you do one every 5 years. So we completed an experience study in advance of this valuation, so I'll be going over that very briefly, just to give you the high-level overview. Also, it is every other year you do an OPEB valuation, so we have those results as well.
And Mr. Ryer, I know it's late and all that, but please, this is one of the most important things, so don't feel you have to rush.
Okay.
All right, we spend a lot of time on this throughout the course of the year. We have the pension board come before us every quarter. So we're heavily vested in this, so we want to understand it, particularly if I could ask you to point out if there's something that's an anomaly that we're doing that other towns aren't doing, we need to know that as well. Okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, so page 2 just gives you an overview. I'll, as always, go over the gains and losses since the prior valuation. As you all know, asset gains and losses are a primary driver. Then I'll give you a quick overview of the experience study and its impact on the contribution. We include some data summaries, but I won't be really going over those. Those are just in there for information purposes. We do some 5-year projections so you can see what the outlook is looking like, and some sensitivity analysis as well. And then I'll get into the OPEB, and I do have some combined projections so you can kind of see what the pension plus OPEB looks like put together, because there were some changes made with OPEB as well as far as the amortization. So if you turn to page 3, what you're looking at there is just the asset returns. Unfortunately, as of 7/1/16, on a fiscal year basis, it was a down year. The good news, I guess, is that since then the markets have done quite well, but that is not reflected in this actuarial valuation. Your return was about 1.2. As you recall, if you turn to page 4, as you recall, you use a 5-year smoothing method that got reset back in at 7/1/2014. So you see that there's a bunch of zeros there. Those are the years before the reset. So what is in the smooth value of assets is a portion of the losses. Unfortunately, both 14-15 and 15-16 were loss years. And that's what you're looking at in column A there, that 8.836 and the 11.303. Those are the losses relative to the assumed rate of return, which during that 2-year period was 7.5%. So those aren't, you didn't have a negative returns, those aren't absolute returns, those are relative to the assumption.
Do we have questions? Go with Mr. Walsh.
In regards to these returns, based on the change of the current presidential administration, is there talk about changing what you see as being forecast for the future?
Really more a question for the fund's investment advisors.
I just don't know whether you got involved in that or not.
Well, we do. We have a responsibility to set the assumption at a high level to make sure it's within our range of reasonableness. I think we've discussed before, these assumptions are set on a very long-term basis, so it takes a lot in the markets to change the long view of rates of return. So when you look at our, and I'll get into this in a future slide, both our salary scale assumption, any COLA assumptions, and of course the investment return assumption, they're long-term 20-year plus assumptions. in any one period in time. You know, in the good news front, right now we're seeing low inflation. So when you're talking about COLAs and salary increases, you're getting gains on that. If you talk to your investment managers, you know, in the short term, unfortunately, that also probably means as situations in the bond market work out, you might see below the long-term rate in the near term, but hopefully over the long term, you'll hit the now 7% rate.
Okay.
So the important thing to point out with the smoothing, so you had a market return of 1.2. The smooth rate was 5%. But so what that means is there's a portion of the losses over that 2-year period that have not yet been recognized. Combined for the two plans, it's about $27.7 million. Absent any gains, and as we just pointed out, the markets have been doing pretty well, so hopefully 16-17 will be above the assumed rate of return year, so hopefully there will be offsetting gains. But if there were not, that 27.7 would eventually have to work its way through the calculation, and it would have the impact of eventually increasing the contribution by $2.5 million.
Mr. Wright, just to put in some context, right, we have the report that we received as of December 31st from our investment advisors. And the rate of return for the fiscal year to date, so I'm assuming, and Mr. Mayor, tell me if I'm wrong, but does that go from our fiscal year, so it was July 1st through December 31st, we were looking at it as about 2.8%. Over the last 36 months, it was about 3.87. Over the last 5 years, it was about 7.7. And over the last 6 years or so, actually 7 years, it was about 7.7%. So that's our actual rate of return on invested assets over the last number of years. Right. Go ahead.
So the asset losses, getting to the liability sides of things, you know, we roll forward the liabilities and compare to the actual experience based on the new data. You did have some liability gains, part of it attributable to what I was just discussing, basically related to COLA and the salary scale assumptions, and we're seeing that, you know, not just with you, but with other entities because we're in a period of low inflation. They were offset due to the retirement rates. There were net gains for the police and fire plan of about $3.3 million, also pretty much wholly explained by gains relative to the COLA and to a lesser extent salary scale gains, and only minor offsets related to other assumptions, which is a good indicator that those assumptions were doing a pretty good job estimating actual experience, which takes us to slide 5, which is an overview of the experience study. First couple of bullet points just kind of give you the kind of the background of why you do an experience study. As I was just discussing, every year we look at, you know, how did we do against the assumptions, but we don't necessarily change the assumption until we get accumulated data. So every 5 years you accumulate the data on how well you did relative to the assumptions, and in any given year you could see, you know, 2%. Hopefully we like to see it under 0.5% if possible. But because of that, if a particular assumption wasn't lining up well over a 5-year period, you could see anywhere from a 2 to 5% adjustment in liabilities as you correct that assumption. And now hopefully you have offsetting ones, and on average the new assumptions don't materially change the liabilities. And when we get to it, you'll see that's essentially, we did have some movement as far as the liability moving from past service to future service, and that was related to retirement rates. One of the big assumptions that's impacting liabilities were some new mortality tables that were published back in 2014. You had already adopted those. There have been, since 2014, some updates to projection scales that, depending on where you're sitting, as a pension fund, it's a good thing. For the rest of us, maybe not as much, but the new studies have shown that mortality improvement was not as much as they expected, so that's helped out a little bit with the pension liabilities. So we did, with this experience study, move to the latest combination of tables, which is the RP14 table combined with the MP16 projection scale. As it has already been mentioned, the long-term rate of return needs to be consistent with our underlying inflation assumption. We lowered our underlying inflation assumption from 3% down to 2.75. That, if you look at other assumptions out there, they range anywhere from 2.5 to 2.75. People have pretty much come down from a 3% assumption. Social Security is now using 2.6 for their mid-range estimates for long-term inflation. And as we discussed, the Retirement Board selected that 7%. There was more detail behind that. We presented the board actually at a December meeting some comparables as far as there are municipalities that are now using, particularly in Fairfield County, using 6.5%. Greenwich, Darien, quite a few using 6.5, 6.75.
So we're still relatively aggressive with the 7% compared to some of the other municipalities.
Well, the 15 data, we did a study. The OPM now publishes the GASB information. So now, because of the new GASB rules, rates of return and actual rates of return are publicly available. When we looked at the 15 data, the average across the state is now 7.14. We expect that with the 16 valuation cycle that isn't in that number to go down. So we expect that when 16 is done, the average across the state is going to be right around 7%. So you'll be average compared to your peers. Now, your rates of return have been above average, so we think that's a good place to be. That was one of the factors. Obviously, it's also a discussion with your investment advisors of what they think is attainable. So there was a lot of different data points that went into that selection of the 7%. So bottom line impact of the experience study. We did adjust the COLA and salary scale assumptions to, along with that, our lowering of the inflation assumption. Already mentioned the updated projection scale. For the police and fire plan, there was some minor adjustments to the retirement rates. What we observed in the study was average retirements actually dropping from an average age of about 60.5, which was what was implied with the old assumption. The assumptions are more complicated. They're not obviously a single point. There's an age in service to the rates. But on average, we were expecting about 60.5. 59.7 was more appropriate. Other changes noted offset the impact. So what you're seeing at the bottom of page 6 is where we show you first independent of the change in the discount rate. So the first column is what the liabilities would have been for the police and fire plan had we made no changes. The second column is with the assumptions independent of the long-term rate. So you see independent of the long-term rate, the net impact of the adjustments actually was a slight decrease, about $2 million reduction in accrued liability. Below that, you see the normal cost, which is the prospective cost of the plan. That 736 is virtually makes that number unchanged. The far right column is when you take those assumptions, combine them with the lower discount rate, you see what that does to the liability. So the liabilities are net up $9.46 million. The normal cost is up by $406,000. And we'll get into, Mr. Mayor alluded to, a change in amortization, and a couple slides ahead you'll see the impact of that and how that was used to kind of spread out the impact of the lower long-term rate. And that's pretty common practice. There's lots of different ways to do that. I think there was, alluding to how the last time you lowered the rate, you did it in phases. Phasing down the rate is basically one way to do contribution smoothing. If you've decided the right rate is 7, and that's where you need to get to, then it's a matter of, well, that's where you're going to be eventually. How do you smooth the contribution so that it's not such a big impact? And we have some slides to kind of show you that in a bit here. So on the town plan side, there was a little more of an adjustment on the retirement rates. The old rates implied about an average retirement age of 66.9. Lowered that to adjust with experience to about 65.1. pretty much all of the increase in the liabilities explained by those retirement rates. But, and you'll see in a minute, it kind of had a net impact. It canceled each other out because it moved more liability in the past but less going forward. So if you look below in that second column, it increased liabilities by $5.7 million but lowered the normal cost. And when you amortize that difference out, the impact, the net impact on the contribution, independent of the long-term rate change, was actually between the two plans negative, which you'll see on slide 8 momentarily. So the impact on the town plan with the change to the 7% was $18.4 million in liability. And that's a net change because it actually, the normal cost is going down 86,000, but remember it dropped due to the assumption, so it's actually.
What page are you on?
Oh, I'm on page 7.
Last column.
Yeah, okay. Because I flipped to page 8 because you referenced
Oh,
page
I'm
8.
sorry. I'll stop referencing pages that are ahead of us. So what you're seeing on page 8 is independent of the change in the long-term rate. The proposed assumptions actually would have reduced the contribution by about $350,000. Again, to be consistent with our underlying inflation assumption, we recommended that the range be moved down of what an appropriate assumption is to 6.75 to 7.25, and left that for a discussion in conjunction with the investment advisors to select the appropriate rate. Again, the 7% rate was selected.
Okay, so can I stop you for a second? I
Sure.
want to make sure I understand something. There were, in your experience study, conducted every 5 years, there was a bunch of assumptions that were changed.
Mm-hmm.
In addition to the experience study and those assumptions being changed, one of the things, we refer to it as discount rate. We call it rate of return, whatever you say. It's
Correct.
It's what we're going to earn on the assets invested. So we took that rate of return down. We were at 7.5%, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we've shown that historically over the past 7 years or so, we've been in the ballpark in that rate of return, right, on the actual basis, right? Fair statement?
Yeah, it depends. Yeah, you
Depends
can
on how you measure it, right?
which time period you're looking at. Yeah.
Right. I'm just saying overall, if you look at what the investment advisors provided, they said, here's your assets, and here's your rate of return over the last 7 years, 84 months or whatever it is.
Right.
Right? Fine. So we're going from 7.5 to 7. And as Mr. Walsh pointed down, that was a step down, an immediate step down from an assumed return of 7.5 to 7. Fair statement?
That is fair.
All right. So in what we're looking at, as relates to the plans here, that says, hey, that means your liability is going up by about $2.8 million if you just change that. Is that what I'm reading right here?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
I think you mean budgetary expense.
Yeah.
yes, on page 8, yes.
On page 8.
Independent of the change in amortization.
That's what I want to get
Yeah,
to. So the other thing that happened was at the same time, we changed the amortization time frame, right?
Correct.
Explain that to me. What was changed there? From what to what and why?
Okay, so from 15 to 25, and again, there's multiple approaches you can take to this once you decide, and the state is a good example. They went from 8 to, why they picked 6.9 and not 7, I don't know.
I don't think the state's a good example
Yeah, well,
for
okay.
anything.
Well, agreed, but what they did was they lowered the rate, but it didn't have much impact on the contribution because they changed the amortization period. But in a way, in an inappropriate way where they weren't paying principal off, which is not what we would recommend ever. But, so.
Are you their actuaries?
What's that?
Are you the state's
No,
actuary?
no, we're
Oh,
not.
okay. All right.
But we stay abreast of the situation, so I'm familiar with their valuation.
I'm sure you are.
Yeah. So, again, as we talked about earlier, there's ways, once you decide you need to go to a place, it's how do you get there in a smooth way to smooth the impact on the budget. And there's different ways you can do that. Some municipalities, decided they were at 7.75 and needed to go to 7.25, and they were going to do it in 1/8. So over a 4-year period, they were going to change their discount rate.
Okay, that's a management discussion. What I'm interested in, I don't mean to cut you off, Mr. Ryer.
No,
What I'm interested in is why is 25 the right number versus 15? Forget managing it right, forget the smoothing. Just tell me why why are we doing the right thing? Like, if we didn't have to care about the budgetary impact and we said, we need to fund this thing, why is 25 years amortization more appropriate than 15 years? Because we've been doing 15 years for a while, right?
Yes, but and you've been doing 15 open.
Okay.
So and there's some, the handout, not that I want people skipping ahead, but there's a handout that has some alternate amortizations of what it would look like if you did 7.25 instead of 7, and then stuck with the 15.
And what do you mean by open, please?
Okay, yeah, excellent question. So an open amortization, the way to think of it is you're refinancing the house every year. So it's 15 this year, it's 15 next year, it's 15 the year after that. So if you fix an amortization, the payment is the same number.
Right.
Just like we all know with our house payments. If you do it open, you kick out the payment another year.
Okay.
That is when all you're dealing with is gains and losses. That is appropriate because you're expecting to have gains and some losses, and it'll come out. You don't expect that number to accumulate. When you have a one-time event that's adding to the unfunded liability, you'd want to fix the amortization period so you can demonstrate you're going to actually pay off the loan. You did something that added to your liability, years ago when people were increasing benefits, it might have been a benefit improvement or something. Anytime you do something that creates unfunded liability that you're not expecting an offsetting event to reduce the unfunded liability, it's generally recommended you fix the amortization so that you eventually pay off that unfunded liability you created.
Okay.
Now, you could do that, and that's on that extra page. We show what that looks like with a 15. But when you create, that a big number, for budgetary purposes, you'd want to spread it out, but not too long. So generally, the old GASB standard was you could go all the way to 30. It's become generally accepted that 30 is too long, and something like 25 or less is more appropriate. And then you combine that with your consistent practice of using what's called a level dollar amortization, again, what we're all familiar with our mortgages, where you're always paying principal. I think the confusion comes in with other valuations that you look at, and again, the states are agreed are a bad example, but both of the underfunded plans use level percent of pay amortizations where their payment on the unfunded doesn't, well, in TRB's case, it just barely covers some principal. In the state's case, they're $200 million short of covering the interest on the unfunded.
So let me ask you a question. Here, which is more conservative? I think I know the answer, but is it 15 open or 25 closed? Because I assume what column, the last column represents is 25-year amortization. I assume that's a closed amortization?
That is a closed amortization, absolutely.
So
we would not recommend doing you don't want to do long and open because then you keep kicking the can down the road too much.
Right. So in using your thing, are we kicking the can here by using 25%, 25?
You're extending the period to help pay it off over time, but you're fixing it so you're making a commitment to paying that same number and not doing, 15, 15, 15, 15. 15 open is initially more conservative, but eventually wouldn't be because 11 years from now you'd be 26 years out.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask it another way. You talked about just a couple of minutes ago the 7% return.
Right.
You said, hey, these other towns are at 6.5, 6 and 6.75. The average is about 7.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And your experience when you look at that, what are those same towns doing as relates to this assumption? Are they doing 15 years open or 25 years closed? Where do we stand? Where are we stacking up?
The practice there varies. I can say that we're working with a lot of municipalities that are doing exactly this, that they're working with their investment advisors to come up with a realistic long-term rate of return that is typically 25 or 50 basis points lower than where they were at, and in conjunction with that are going to some kind of longer amortization You know, if we're involved, we're typically saying you should be level dollar and go no longer than 25 years as a best practice.
So is this what other you mentioned the other municipalities kind of around Fairfield County, is this what they're doing for the most part?
I'd have to, I don't have many of those committed to memory as far as the exact amortization period, but I could follow up with data on that.
Would you please,
Yeah.
just because I think it's
Yep.
pertinent as we
Yep.
decide on these, as we're being asked to fund this, I hate when anybody says kind of, we're kicking the can. So I just want to understand it a little bit more. And was there a lot of discussion with the pension board on this item?
There was a great deal of discussion with the pension board, all the way from lowering it to 6.5, all the way from lowering it to 6.5. Everybody wanted to lower it to 6.5. We wanted to do a phase-in as opposed to one step. There was discussion about lowering it to 7 phase-in without amortization. But yeah, so there was. It's kind of like
How about
the two questions Mr. Walsh earlier said. My God, we're getting hit by everything, and could you guys have done something different?
That's not my question.
I know it's not, but I'm pointing out we had the same kind of dialogue. If you were to take the position that you're kind of implying right now, or
I'm
at least
not implying anything.
questioning about
Go back to my
right now,
statement earlier today.
plus to Mr. Walsh's comment earlier, you guys are asking different sides of the puzzle. One of you wanted to say, God, we're really getting hit, could we smooth this out more? You're saying, I hate kicking the can down the road, maybe we should, which one could imply means I shouldn't
Okay.
do as much. So
Let's
that
start-
same type of dialogue went on at the JRID
Okay.
meetings.
So you guys first decided on the fact that you wanted to go to 7, right?
It was done at the same time in the same motion.
Okay, so you went to 7. Was there discussion about the amortization period, the 15-year versus the 25? And how did the board come out on the topic of the 15?
That's what it was the same motion to go to 7, one step, with the amortization change.
Okay,
It was
so
the
what
same
was the
motion. Turned out to be like 9-2.
So 2 people didn't want to go
Correct.
with this, and the other 7 did?
9 to 2.
9, sorry. The other 9 did.
Correct.
Okay. And was there any statement made as to the 2 why they didn't want to go with this? What was their concern? Was it the 7? Was it this? What was that?
The reason that the 2 people that wanted to go to, that voted against it, were in favor of going to 7 step down, so the contribution would have been about the same, and even though what we're doing is boxing in the number, as Mr. Ryer indicated, they just didn't like, and also one point that I'm not sure Mr. Ryer made, gains and losses going forward are still at 15. Okay? So we didn't change the practice for gains and losses. We just changed the practice for the event activity.
What does that mean, the event activity, the payoff?
The payoff. The payoff, which is primarily the result of changing from the 7.5 to the 7. But the reason that the 2 parties did not want to, wanted to go their way, i.e. 7.5 step down, 7 step down, and keep the amortizations, because they didn't like the concept of changing the amortizations, because they'd rather, because it's going up instead of down, and they wanted to be more
Right, they're spreading
conservative.
it over a longer period of
Right.
time.
But the same token, they
And I
wanted
just
to.
used kick the can because that's what Mr. Ryer said.
Right.
Not
But
in
this-
reference to your plan, though.
Right.
But the same token, they wanted to do a step down. So that kicks the can, to use that same term as well.
I'd love to know, now, we just got these tonight, so we haven't had a chance to look at it. Do you compare that here and what the economics are around the step down versus?
That was requested at the end of that meeting, that this entity might ask for that, so that's what the extra,
I'd
that's
love
why
to
that's
get
an
to that.
insert is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Again, we just got this tonight, so we haven't had the benefit of being able to review it at all. Mr. Bateson?
Yeah, just a quick question, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify, everything we just heard, if no changes were taken by the pension board I would have no contribution this year? To these changes that were made to the discount rate, if that hadn't taken into effect this year, there would be no contribution on our?
Not no contribution. Actually, if you look at page 8, I believe, if I remember last year's budget number, it was 7.12, or the year we're in the middle of, 7.12. So if no change in assumption or method was made, the first column on page 8 shows a total contribution of 7.26. And I believe, if I'm remembering right, the total was 7.12. I think that's actually on page...
7.12 is correct.
Yeah.
You're on page 8?
Yeah, so...
Okay, I have proposed assumptions with 7.5 long-term rate of return. That's the second column I'm looking at. And I see
Right.
the number in parentheses.
Yeah, so that would...
So it would go down?
Yes, but that was actually not an option presented, because there's other assumptions in there that tie to that 275 are lower inflation. So
You're talking the results of the experience study.
Right. So since the second column, since it kind of has apples and oranges in there, it has all the other assumptions other than the long-term rate. But our recommendation was that the long-term rate had to come down at least to 7.25.
So the changes from the experience study favorably impacted us,
Correct. As far as the contribution.
and the rate of return is what's killing us. Changing the rate of return
Yes,
is what's
that-
killing
that
us.
is having the major impact, yes.
Okay, I'm good, thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Pecker.
Yeah, so just two things. One, there was a question in regards to the board and the pension board that evening and their discussion. There was a fair amount.
First time we've ever heard that.
Yeah, so, is that better, Jerry? Thank you. Okay. So, the pension board did have discussions about sort of their responsibility as a trustee in relation to ensuring that they're doing right by the fund, and then also sort of the external pressures that obviously were existing with what was going on. And I think when it came down to the ultimate voting, I think there, you can sort of read through that your own opinion. I think there obviously was a split vote and where it ended up. But one thing and it's in that chart, I think that we're going to get to a little bit later, but there is the 15-year open, 15-year close, and then your 25-year options, not even just the 15-year open versus 25. I mean, it could have gone, and there was discussion about that, potentially just do 15 still, but go 15 closed. And that is in here, so you can see the numbers.
I just saw it.
Yeah.
We can get to it. Thank you. My apologies, but I want to make sure I understood it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I believe we're on page 8. So I will move forward from the experience study. Again, page 9 and 10 just give you a data summary. I think the only thing I'll point out is, of course, you recall the police and fire plans are still open, so now the active count only went up by 1 from 201 to 202, but you'll notice that the town counts are dropping, and that is because that plan is closed to new entrants. Otherwise, so turning to page 11, just overview of the results. Again, with all of those assumption changes, the 25-year amortization, the new assumptions, the total contribution increases from 7.12 current budget year to 9.09. Primarily driver, as was mentioned earlier, is the long-term rate and also the asset losses in the 2-year period relative to the assumed return for 14 through 16. It was offset by some liability gains and their proposed assumption changes. Talked about the 25-year amortization, and the point that Mr. Mayor made about what we'd recommend is, you're spreading the impact of the long-term rate over 25 years fixed to pay that off, but then future gains and losses again, because some years hopefully there's gains and then there's losses. We would not expect that to accumulate, and that is appropriate to do over an open period. We've already made the point that there are, unfortunately, cumulative unrecognized losses Hopefully, there'll be asset gains to offset that. But the impact of that, as you'll see when we get to the projection slides, is that the contributions, the primary reason they're increasing over time is due to those asset losses working their way through. It's a 5-year smoothing method. 1 year's been recognized, so after 4 years, and you'll notice on the insert and other displays where I show the percentage increase in the contribution, when you get to the end of the period, the contribution does start to tail off. Now, some of that is due to the town plan being closed. And again, the point I made earlier, you know, in the near term, we would expect to hopefully still see some gains related to salary scale and COLA, because those are long-term assumptions. Page 12 just gives you the summary by plan, and then in total, the current fiscal year and the upcoming budget year. Again, it gives you all the pieces. Recall we have, you know, the two pieces. The normal cost is the current year's cost under the actuarial funding method. That's the gross number less what employees contribute plus any expenses. That's what the town normal cost represents, and then that amortization piece is the 25-year amortization of the unfunded liabilities. Any questions on slide 12?
Go ahead, Mr.
The slides.
Bateson, did you have a question?
I can hold it until the end if we're going to
No,
go
go
back.
right ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted, sorry, when we were talking about page 11, I want to understand the third one up from the bottom, the unrecognized losses that we're amortizing in. I know there's a lot of assumptions built in about market performance going forward, but I'm assuming here that going from 7.5 to 7 it should address that a
Right.
lot.
You should have.
Because now there's no margin. I'm decreasing the margin for underperformance, correct?
Yeah, to the extent, now the markets can be pretty volatile, as you saw in the last 2 years. You earned significantly below both 7.5% and 7%, so you still would have had losses. But if 7% is the right answer, had you kept 7.5%, you would have had losses if you earned 7. Now you won't have losses if you earn 7.
So it's really hard for me to hang my hat on that one line just because there's so many variables in there.
Now, which line are you talking about?
Third one up from the bottom, the unrecognized losses.
Okay, that's just a reference to the smoothing method. So that's talking about losses in the past.
So that 2.5 that you're saying there, barring any future asset gain, it's really hard to nail that 2.5 down, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. If you know, hopefully, again, the current year, things, it looks like the markets are doing well. If you had a large enough, if you had $27.7 million over the next 4 years, if you had $27.7 million in excess returns compared to a 7% return, that 2.5 would evaporate because you would have earned back in the markets.
Okay, good. And when the unrecognized losses, is there an amortization period attached to that?
Well,
that smoothing period?
The smoothing period's a 5-year period, so 20% is recognized immediately, and the remaining 80% is 20% a year for the forward-looking 4 years.
Okay. I'm good, thank you.
So I'm clear. Oh. We're in year 2 of the smoothing, yes?
That's what it looks like to me.
Right, of a 5-year method.
We only have 1 year of experience of the 5.
Yeah.
Right, but where the 5...
It's immediately 20%, so I get that, right?
Okay.
Because last year, we were in the 5th year of the 5-year, which is, when you get to the end of the experience, it's a little different than at the beginning of the experience.
Right, well, actually, last year you only had 1 year because you had reset in 14. So all you had last year was just one loss from the 14-15 year that you had 80% less. Now you have 60% of that loss and 80% of, so that's how, those are the two components of the 27.7 is 80% of last year's loss and 60% of the year before's loss. Now, hopefully by the time you get to 5 years, some of those numbers are gains and they wash out.
Okay.
So, Hearing no more questions on page 12. I think pages 14, certainly entertain any questions, but it's really just supporting and illustrating trends with regard to assets and liabilities, and the actuarial value of assets and the funded status.
Really, what interests me is pages 16, or 15 and 18.
Okay.
What this kind of looks like is we're treading water here in terms of percent funded for the next number of years.
And that is really what I referred to early is and again, these projections are all assume no offsetting gains, so that's the unrecognized losses working themselves through the calculation.
Okay, so your expectation is we should be better than this?
What page were you looking at, Tom?
I'm looking at 15 and 18.
15 and 18?
And it's the percent funded on both the policemen, firemen, and the town employees. Now, what's interesting here to me, I want to go back to something that you said, and just, if you could explain it quickly.
Sure.
Police and fire is an open plan. I understand why we're not gaining ground there. The town plans are now closed.
Right.
I would expect those to be gaining more ground, no?
No, because it's basically reflected in the contribution. The contribution is going down too. So you're amortizing the two plans over the same time period. So you're paying off the same percentage of the unfunded for both of them.
Okay.
Yeah, and those graphs do illustrate the 5-year method we were just talking about, because if you look, it's hard to see it visually because it's ever so slightly, but at the end, you look at the 2020 numbers, that's where they hit their bottom, and then they start to tick up again, going to 21. So on the police and fire plan, you go from 84.9 to 85.5, and on the town side, it's 82 to 82.8. So that kind of shows you that it's just the remainder of the 4-year smoothing method that's causing that downward push in the funded ratio. And again, if there are offsetting, better than 7% returns going forward would offset that.
Thank you. Are there other questions on these items? On these specific items in terms of the percentages? Do we want to turn to pages 19 and 20? That's kind of an interesting. I don't know if I'm shortchanging or shortcutting this.
No, that's exactly where I was headed, was page 19. 20 just gives you the last time you saw these numbers. We always repeat that so you can compare. And again, a lot of changes. So
19 and 20.
So 20 is just the projections you saw last year. 19 is this year with all of the changes previously outlined.
So this is the most dramatic kind of example of what the change in the experience study and the assumptions did to our projections over the next number of years, as of right now.
Right. Well, though actually compared to, because of the 25-year, actually the numbers are, within reason, fairly comparable.
Especially out in the subsequent years,
Right.
The difference is really the early years.
Right.
So next year we have another incremental $2 million, and in 2019 it would be the same. Is that correct?
That is correct. And again,
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr.
Just a
Dwight.
quick question, and the smoothing thing always confused me. What year will we be in our 5th year of the smoothing?
4 years from now. So by the 2020 val, all of the gains and losses are recognized.
So 2020.
Yeah.
So the current smoothing projection always trends us down. This happens every year. This is why I get frustrated with this. It always trends us down for those 5 years, and then the next year, miraculously after the 5 years, we trend back up.
There have been, unfortunately, the markets have been such that that's been the case. There have been years
Right.
in the past where you actually had net gains and it went the other way, but that was
I mean, year over year
yeah.
it changes. I get it because it's projection, obviously, but that's the way this is portrayed. That the 5 year smoothing, we progressively go down until that next reboot, if you will.
Assuming you have losses. If you have unrecognized gains in the books, and if you go back in time,
I'm
there have
just
been
talking
periods.
about the basic
Yeah,
assumptions that
yeah.
go into the 5-year smooth.
Right.
Right.
Does anybody have any questions? Let's go to Mr. Mottola.
Real
'cause
quick,
he had-
so on page 19, these numbers can change, right?
Absolutely. They're just,
Based on a 7%,
you've always asked for, just to see all assumptions being realized, what might it look like? And so we provide that to you, caveat being it's all assumptions exactly realized, and the odds of
Okay.
them all exactly being realized it's pretty low.
Gotcha, thanks.
And you hope for gains, but there's no guarantee.
And Mr. Mottola, if you're looking for kind of there's a sensitivity analysis that is based on the investment returns, which I believe is page 22 as well.
Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions, comments?
The entire thing?
Yes, and the entire thing. Oh, Mr. Bateson, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Quick thing, so when everyone was sitting in this room last year, the estimated contribution for this year was $8.1 million, or $8.2 million, if I look at page 20, correct?
That's correct.
So, given everything that happened at the pension board in the experience study and the discount rate, my budgetary impact this year is now at 9.09, and last year at this time, I expected it was going to be 8.19. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I can't speak for how the projections are put into future budgets, but
Yes.
Okay, and the only thing that significantly changed in there, besides the 7.0, is that we instituted the 25-year closed amortization on that
And the experience study impact.
in the experience study. Okay, I'm good.
And the financial results.
Separate question now, sorry. If
Go for it.
next year, if I'm sitting at this table and we go to 6.5%, would that 25-year amortization, would all that be revisited again?
We only look at the discount rate every 5 years,
So we're locked into that 7?
based upon normal practice. I mean, you can always change if things look
You can always
dramatic.
change it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you, I'm good.
Any other questions? Mr. Becker?
So, in relation to the 15 or 25, and maybe this is something we can put as a follow-up for more information, understand it, but it doesn't look like, I mean, if we're not putting as much money in every year, right, so the 15, let's assume more apples to apples. We go the closed route so we don't have some of those open issues, and we go closed just for this one item, similar to the 25.
Yep.
Moving forward, everything else is open. And
Right.
you go with the 725, and then you step it down to the 7. Now, what you would find is, you would find a little bit lower of a contribution this year than what we have right now, going 25, and, because I see that's 8.5 versus around 9, so.
Yes.
The first year. But what you see in the following years is, what appears to be, if I'm looking at the top line versus or actually the second line versus the fifth line on the additional.
yeah, you're looking at
handout.
I believe he's looking at the handout.
Provided for us,
right.
which I had requested, and thank you for doing this work and putting this all together, by the way. So if you go from the second line versus the fifth line, you start to see the numbers really, they do creep up. It's about $1 million difference in the future.
Right.
But doesn't that create a better funded pension fund? And I'd
Absolutely.
be curious to
Again,
see
it's
those
just
numbers.
all, essentially debt financing, and you're just spreading the debt out over a longer period. But, so it's money now or money later. If you pay more, if you use the 15, you're going to pay more now, and that's what you're seeing on the handout. On that bottom line is the numbers are going to ramp up pretty quickly, and you're going to have some higher numbers. The payoff is on the back end. You'll be done in 15 years instead of 25.
So I was there that evening, I made
Yeah.
some comments, and to sort of paraphrase for tonight, I respect the votes in favor of doing this and their logic, and understand that. My concern from the Board of Finance perspective had been that it seemed to sort of fly in the face of some of what we have looked to do, which is to take some of the stability in the previous decisions, stepping it down over the 2 years, the 15-year number that they've had, and to continue along those lines. Also, to look towards things that, even if they cost us, we talked earlier this evening about all the right decisions that we make as a town, to make decisions that even if they cost us a little bit more now, in the long term, get us better funded in all of our accounts or our funds, et cetera. So if you could perhaps, maybe between the 2, which is where we went, and maybe that 5, as a follow-up item, provide us a glimpse into what the funding of that plan would look like, because it looks to me like, not drastically different, but that it isn't as well funded. And I think that got to some of the, not to speak for them, but some of the dissenting votes, it seemed, were concerned if they're focusing on the trust, they want to make sure that everything they do is towards making sure that that thing gets funded and can compound off that money. Pay now, pay less with taxpayer dollars later, I think is usually our theory, in that you get, once the money's in there, you get the compounded returns off of a greater,
So
base
Dave, in
investment.
looking at the schedules here on this sheet,
Yeah.
which you were the one who asked that they provide this tonight, it looks like the difference in funding on an annual basis is roughly $1 million
Yeah, thereabouts.
between the 25 and the 15 years, right? That's
Yeah,
what
it's
you're talking
about
about.
$500,000 less this year, and then about $1 million more in all the other years, though.
I see $1 million.
No, I'm saying about $1 million.
I'm seeing $1 million this year. Where am I? at?
I'm looking at the 9.09 versus the 8.5, in that it's.
Okay, that's
it's
the
about a
step
half-
down. If you weren't to take into consideration, I wasn't taking into consideration the step down. I was taking into consideration just the one a
Moving
couple
forward.
up that was, right,
Yeah.
7.
Moving forward, yeah, it's the million.
It's about $1 million a year.
Yeah, we're looking at the
Okay.
same thing.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Mr. Walsh?
Just in regards to the experience study, in regards to the mortality, or not mortality, excuse me, but when our employees are retiring and then it seems to have gone down, right? Do you do any investigation on the reasons why? Do you poll? Do we know the reasons that is?
No, that'd be a level of detail that would be beyond the scope of that. I mean, we do enough other plans so we can kind of sense whether it's in the range of reasonableness of what we're seeing. A lot of times it's offsetting. I think if you go back to the experience study that was done 5 years ago, it went in the other direction, and you saw like a pretty dramatic, there was a lot of things in that, you changed your method, and there was a bunch of things that really dropped the number, but some of that was a trend in later retirements that I think you've seen maybe a little bit of a pushback and a movement in the other direction.
I mean, personally, from talking to people who are retiring, it seems as though they seem to be retiring a little earlier because our health plan in their union keeps getting worse, so they want to retire before they lose it. They lose the better plan. And it seems to be probably a trend that's going to, I would imagine, continue.
And that's one of the reasons you do an experience study every 5 years, is as the trends
Yeah.
change, you want to capture that and not get too far ahead or too far behind on current trends.
Okay. Any other questions related to OPEB and pension at this point? We'll go to Mr. DeWitt.
I ask this every year. I want to get from this number to the 1310 budget, because I can never tick and tie these numbers as portrayed here. So maybe Mr. Mayor can help me get from the numbers that was talked about the 1310 budget.
I think the number in the 1310 budget is 9.14.
9.14. I have no idea what that means.
9.14 million.
I'm looking at budget 1310, and I'm looking at two numbers that should reflect OPEB, and I'm looking in the Hooker and Holcomb, which two numbers that should, on page 12, I believe.
We're talking about pension right now.
Yeah, no, okay.
Well, you
fine,
said
pension.
OPEB, but- Yeah, you
Sorry.
said OPEB. Yeah, yeah.
No, right.
So-
On page 12, I see two numbers in total.
Page in the budget book.
It's 314, that's budget 1310.
You also want to go to the supporting documents, which are on page 338 and 339. And they reference the page number that you are on now, the 314. It shows you where each expense is allocated.
So the two top, on page 338, the two top numbers say 4.32 and 4.82. Correct? Which is a total of 9.14, except...
That's what, which is what I said, you got the 9.14.
You
Right,
did.
yeah.
But...
And then, and
we're-
here it's 9.09.
Page 12, it's 9.09.
Right, there's earlier period, the original number that was put in the budget before the final number, with all the experience study work was completed.
Got it, so the number is
So-
actually
so-
lower.
So this is a difference of 131,000 or something.
Right. The number in the budget book is a little higher than what we're being presented this evening.
Correct.
And OPEB is the same, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Not that, okay.
Yeah.
All set?
I think so, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, concerns on this right now? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Ryer. Most appreciated.
Do you want to do OPEB,
I'm
or?
going to go, do you want to
Yeah.
go through OPEB in the same level of detail? Do you want to, it's the same as the pension, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, the difference is, and this kind of sheds a little more light on the 25-year as well, your OPEB, you had historically, you'd been funding at 30.
Yep.
And you'd been doing that on an open. We have, similar to GASB 768, there's new accounting standards where you're going to be reflecting that unfunded OPEB liability on the town's books in 2 years, fiscal year 18. The fund, the OPEB trust has to do GASB 74 reporting for the fiscal year ending 17. So, you know, you're moving towards a more pension-like OPEB trust. I think, as much was mentioned earlier, you had phased in, to your credit, you know, many entities started with that plan and didn't get to 100% ARC funding. Not only do you have, you know, one of the highest funded ratios for an OPEB plan, I think what stands out even more is your commitment to 100% funding the OPEB contribution actuarially. So to kind of line up the two, you were also doing what's called the level percent of pay amortization, which I unfortunately used the state as an example, which is not a good example. So what that means is you're paying it, you know, whatever the inflator is, instead of paying a level dollar, you're paying $1 now. If the inflator was 3%, and that's what you were using for OPEB, you're paying $1, $1.03, $1.06 compounded, et cetera, and so forth. We, in addition to lowering to 25 years, we lowered the inflator to 2% to get the number at least to be paying the principal, all of the interest on the unfunded, and then as it goes out in time, perhaps, you know, there's a slide that kind of puts it all together so you can see it in the context of pension on page 26.
Yep.
And you can see that, you know, that's what the OPEB numbers look like. You know, fortunately, you had some good experience with the underlying health plans that provided some offsetting gains. But again, as was mentioned earlier, we lowered the long-term rate for this as well to be consistent at 7%. You're not currently using smoothing, so you don't have that same impact where the OPEB number is going to jump up in the future because you don't have any unrecognized losses because you haven't been smoothing for OPEB. That's something that, you know, when we're here in 18 talking about it, you might be well-funded enough at that point that it makes sense. Once you have enough assets that's materially impacting the net contribution, then you want to consider smoothing just to smooth out the volatility on the contribution that market returns might have.
To summarize part of that, if it wasn't clear, because Tim, you went through this, there was two more conservative adjustments made. One went from a 30-year to a 25 closed, and two reduced the inflator from 3% to 2%, both of which increased the contribution requirement.
Thank you. Any other questions on OPEB? We'll go to Mr. Bateson.
What Bob just said, that happened this year?
Yes, sir.
Correct, okay.
Mr. Walsh?
Can you give us some, out of the other communities you look at, where we stand with our funded ratio with our OPEB?
Yeah, I don't
What
have
the
them-
state averages and things
Yeah,
like
the
that.
state average is like 3%, so, you know, your 21 is well above that. Two-thirds of the state has zero assets set aside for OPEB.
Two-thirds?
Roughly two-thirds. It's, you know, more and more are setting up a trust, but many of the larger communities, they have a trust, but, you know, they're setting aside $100,000 a year on a $100 million liability, something of that. So they might have some money, but it's not material. Some of the funds that we work with that have, you know, 5–10% funded, you know, started with a phase-in plan, but because of other budgetary pressures, kind of left the OPEB funding for a future date. So your combination of the funded ratio, I don't know where you rank exactly, but it's in the top 10% of municipalities with an OPEB balance.
And in your experience, are the larger cities, are they funding this at all?
The larger cities, no.
Yeah, of course not. We'll,
Yeah.
we'll pay for that too.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
All right,
As well as the state has unfunded OPEB.
and when will we get that bill? Okay.
After
Any
we
other
finish paying
questions?
everything else off.
Right.
Hit that bill.
All right. Mr. Ryer, now, thank you very much.
you.
Appreciate it. All right, I'm going to call on Mrs. Kennelly to come on up. We're going into the, well, first of all, are there any comments from the public on any of these more esoteric items? I did not think so. I'm going to ask for Mrs. Kennelly's help. She's got outside consultants here that have
We have
traveled
we have Aon
quite a
next.
distance. I know, so I want to figure out who should come up. We have Aon and I think we have PMA, correct? So I'm willing to
Correct.
take whomever you guys think. Mr. Ryer, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Good to see you again, sir.
Charging to be here?
Yeah, exactly.
PMA is within the HR budget. Aon is in his own budget.
Okay, so who would we like to take first? I'm giving you guys the open. It's your consultants. Who do you want to
Aon.
take? Okay. So, Aon, come on up.
1320?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Kennelly. Thank you, gentlemen. My apologies for the late evening, sir. So please introduce yourself.
Good evening. I'm Joel Chamberlain from Aon Consulting.
Thank you. And let's go right ahead. Do you have any remarks or handouts? Mr. Mayor, do we have anything here?
I have the healthcare
What page is
projection
it?
that is in the budget book on page 335.
Okay.
$335.
Page 335. Go right ahead if you want to speak to it a little bit.
Yeah, sure. So there's several columns, and I'll be focusing mainly on about three of them. And instead of reading top left to lower right, I'm going to start at the lower right and refer you to the total all coverages. That's the third column from the right, and the active column. The bottom of that says 11,819,000. That's the projected total cost for your plan for the 2017-18 plan year.
And what was it last year, if you can recall? Which one is that?
I do have that. Bear with me a second. $10,722,000.
So we went up about $1 million in this as well.
That's right.
Questions?
What's that percentage increase?
10%.
10.9.
10.9.
Question. Do you know where that number stands in regards to the other municipalities you deal with?
So that's a little bit above trend.
Above trend, okay.
Yeah, and so it's a function of your well, the most recent claims experience that we're looking at, projecting forward, and you're running a bit above budget in the current year, based on the claims experience running higher than was initially projected. And that's by about 3%. And then a typical trend rate of roughly 7%. And the balance renewal is the 10% renewal.
Is that a higher utilization rate per employee, or have there been some major claims? Where do you guys figure that out?
Yeah, there's some large claims. There's always large claims, and that can fluctuate year to year. And there's a little bit higher rate of large claimants. That typically is most often the driver of fluctuations. And I don't have detail on further utilization. It's an overall across the board higher utilization of the plan, as well as more large claimants. Many of those claimants happen to be most of the largest drivers of that are the high cost cancer claims.
Okay. Have you tracked whether over the the last 3 years whether our increases have been higher than normal?
I believe last year it was in relation to close to trend. We have seen typical 7% trends over the past few years. I think it was about a 5 last year. Prior to that, I don't have as good a line of sight into that. I haven't been working on the account, although I would have access to that data. It's something I could dig up.
Excuse me 1 second. There's the 10.9 is the total change, including actives and retirees. Actives only is 8.35.
Okay, we're going to go to Mr. Timniak, who had a question.
Based upon what you said, did we under budget last year?
Did you under budget? Well, I mean, yeah. So you're running so far. You're running slightly above. You're running that 3% above budget. It was when the budget was set. It was set at the projection, and we had used a 7% trend assumption, and that's where the budget was set. Claims experience can fluctuate year to year, and typical with what you're seeing in other areas of your budget, it's running slightly.
How many more runs of experience are we going to get before we set this year's budget? So we can plug in the most accurate.
Yeah, so this is based on claims through December. We will have at least claims through January, and by the middle, second, third week of March, we would have access to February claims reporting. So we could potentially get 2 more months of claims data to update these projections.
Okay, so this is December information. You don't have anything newer than that right now?
No, I don't. And I can get as recent as January data, but February data would be available, not for another 2-3 weeks.
No, normally this is what we do. We look at January data for the book, and then we basically best information available is February when we make our final vote, and we affect that. And when you say under budget, over budgeted, we do not. Well, we try not to under budget or over budget. We try to budget based upon what we think the number is going to be, based upon the expectations of the projections. The last several years, the experience prior to, who knows where this year is going to end up, but the last several years, to use those terms, we've actually over budgeted because experiences come in better than we budgeted for.
I have a follow-up. Last year, the Board of Education was able to move a bunch of the teachers into the state plan. It saved us a fair amount of money in that year, right? got us off of self-insurance and got us out of the internal service fund. What's going on, and that would affect this account and this balance this year. I know there was some effort to do that on the town side last year that was met with some resistance. Given what's going on now, what's going on with those efforts at present?
Should I take that?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, a couple pieces of information. When the budget was passed last year, using the best information to date, there was anticipated to be significant savings by the Board of Ed based upon going to the State 2.0 plan. Given the data through December, the experience has been less than was forecast, so their savings are pretty nil. That can change, obviously, with it going forward, but the experience right now is pretty much equal to the premium. So the savings has not occurred. I mean, we saved the money in the budget, but we haven't saved the money in actual practice.
How about for the unions that did not go over to the state plan?
Right, what I'm just saying, the point I'm trying to make is, you know, your experience comes in, so the difference between the experience projected versus the experience actual has been different, so there's no saying. So with respect to the unions, however, we are in discussion with several of the unions right now, and we're talking with all of them about going to the State 2.0 plan.
And when will that be resolved? That won't be resolved in time for this budget, right?
That is a correct statement.
All right. Question, Ms. Walsh? Go ahead, Mr. Timian.
Did I hear that right, that we didn't get the savings we were anticipating from
But
moving?
we got the savings we're anticipating, but we would have, based upon the experience right now, we would have realized them even if we hadn't gone to 2.0.
Right.
Because
With those specific unions?
Right.
With the Board of Ed.
Right, okay.
Because the experience has come in lower than was projected at the time we did the
Right.
initial analysis.
Right.
Any other questions? Can I just ask one question? Go ahead, Mr. Mottola.
So just, should the number on page 335, the $11 million number, should that match the driver page on page 32 of the budget book?
Page 30?
No.
Why not? Is that because you did
Look
this?
up at 334 right
Employees'
above it.
contributions, there's WPCA,
Okay.
there's...
Yeah, it actually
That's
is a
fine.
nice little chart on 334.
Gotcha, thank you.
Sure. It's confusing. It took me a couple minutes to find it. Anybody else? Mr. Becker?
Just, okay, so these are the December numbers, the January numbers should be available.
Well, they are available, we just didn't have it.
So if we could add that as just a follow-up to get that, so we could see where those are.
Well, you'll have February. You'll have February in 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Midway through, though, if the January are available, just, if they could just be distributed.
Yeah, it's just,
One page, it's not going to, I know it's not going to be what we're going to be changing off of, but if we could just
Right.
get a copy of.
it's just
And then
effort. But we can do
have
it.
or
Yeah, we can do it.
if it's not. And then, yeah, obviously, then you do February in time for the vote. And we're confident on that. Okay.
You're slow, right?
Yeah.
I get them done at the same time, right?
Bob's getting very mad.
All right,
at me.
anything
All my
else?
follow-ups to the city.
Anything else
Yes.
on this?
Mr. Mayor,
Walsh.
if you go,
Yes, sir.
I just didn't understand something when, in that column that shows the 11, 8, 19, 100, are you saying that that column went up by 8.35% because those are active employees?
No. That column last year was 10.9 something.
So it's an 8.35% increase for actives?
Correct, sir.
What's the percent increase for retirees? Correct. There's got to be a lot more then.
Yeah, because the combined was 10.9.
Yeah.
But we don't budget retirees based upon this information.
Okay.
Because the retirees comes out of the OPEB.
Yeah.
So the OPEB ARC, it covers all the retiree, both pre-Medicare and post-Medicare.
Right.
So the budgeting for retirees, repeating myself a little bit, is the OPEB budget.
So we're having a negative impact on our OPEB by the fact that we're...
Experience. And again, in the past several years, we've had positive experience in that as well. And this year, the experience is a little bit less than a little bit more than the trend, as opposed to a little bit less than the trend. Yeah, that's actually the town experience has done very well the last couple of years.
So when Joel, when you were talking about the 10.9, you're talking about that last column, the 20 million.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Any others? All right, seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We look forward to
Thanks,
getting
Joe.
the February update.
Right.
Eileen, do you want to help us here? We're going to 13:30.
Actually, sir.
Hello.
Let me just introduce our new HR director, who is going to be presenting this part of the budget. This is
Welcome.
Devlin RJ. I just take care of the social part of it.
Right. Well, welcome, sir. Please introduce yourself.
Well, thank you very much. My name's Evan Hipson. I am the Director of Human Resources. I started, I believe, July 4th or July 5th with the town.
That's so I wouldn't have to pay him that holiday pay.
Well, what I think is fantastic is, obviously, things are going okay because we haven't been introduced to you previously, so you've been here.
I thought you were going to say February 5th.
This is like coming to the principal's office, so we're, you know.
Well, I hope not. Those weren't good experiences for me, so hopefully that's not the case.
Well, don't ask for money and we'll be just fine.
So I am here actually to represent the Human Resources budget, which contains the operations, insurance and claims, workers' comp, and heart and hypertension.
And which
Can you
page
give us
is
the
that?
page number, Linda? Well, for the whole budget.
Resources.
Sorry, I took an excerpt. I didn't bring the book with me, so.
120.
Come on, Linda. You got to get back into.
You got the upside down book over
All
there.
right, we got 120.
Yeah, Human Resources on page 120, correct.
Go ahead. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
All right, so I can run through it all, right? As you pointed out, we do have representatives here. I can bring up, I would actually like to start with workers' comp, because I do have PMA here, who's...
That's fine.
All right. So if PMA would like...
And
My apologies for the lateness of the evening. Thank you for staying.
the PMA schedule and the supporting documents is on page 337.
337, thank you.
So as Mr. Mayor pointed out, in my budget, I have, PMA presents me with numbers for workers' compensation and for heart and hypertension. The numbers don't I saw you ask some questions before on numbers matching up. The numbers won't match up exactly with the supporting document because some of it is split between my budget and WPCA. So the numbers are close, but they're not exact because of the split. So running through, you'll see that we have claims handling service, and the claims handling service for fiscal year 18 is budgeted at $93,678. The workers' comp loss prevention is $18,550. Our workers' comp total budget is for claims is $2,011,364 for a total workers' comp of $2,123,592. They are projecting a slight decrease from last year of 2.74%.
Are there questions from board members on these numbers? As I understand it, I mean, we had some large numbers in years past that were surprising, and there were various programs that were put in place to help reduce our workers' comp claims. Is that correct?
Correct. We've set up, pretty much going back 5 years.
Right.
Workers' comp was one of the fastest growing costs we had, and was up, I think exceeded 2.5 million per year. We put safety committees in both on the town side and the Board of Ed side, and we've seen the number progressively drop since that point. And Eileen Kennelly headed up those safety committees.
Thank you, Mrs. Cannell. Any questions, comments on the workers' comps items?
This is not health and hypertension.
And we also have heart and hypertension, and you guys do that as well, correct? So do you want to talk about that as well? We might as well bring that up right now.
Sure. This year, we're requesting $600,000 for heart and hypertension. And you'll see that it is a slight increase of about 10%.
That's a slight increase in your world? All right, talk to us about heart and hypertension and what's going on there. Why the increase?
Sure, so the way...
It's not working.
Working or not working?
No, it's working.
Okay. Last year's recommendation was the same. This board cut it.
Well, how are we,
Excuse me, the first selectman
how are we coming out?
So
coming out of,
Yeah, no, last year, the adjustment was made at the Board of Selectmen.
that's what I just corrected myself to, I think.
So how are we coming out versus where we cut it to?
we're trending for about $545,000 this year, which is why, so last year, the recommendation was $670,000, it was cut to $545. I believe last year's recommendation was $670, but if it was $600,
Both of you guys got to use the mic or speak up,
Okay.
please.
The budget,
Trending based upon the way it's accounted for in the finance is 597.
okay.
So what you're basically saying is the final budget last year was under budgeted, and that this is basically running flat
Correct.
year over year.
Thanks.
Mr. Walsh?
I thought when we were talking last year about this, that we should have started seeing this trending downward and continue to see it trend downward over time because of changes in the law. And why aren't we seeing it trending downward then?
I would say, well,
Last year we got an explanation that said every year we should probably see this number kind of go down over time.
the number of claims that you see filed under
Yes.
heart and hypertension should certainly go downward because
Yes.
anyone hired, any police or firefighter hired after 7/196
Yes.
is not eligible.
Yes.
But medical trends, the cost of medical care continues to go up. So a lot of the number that you see here, a lot of that is because of medical costs going up.
So then we shouldn't see a trend down. What should the
It
trend?
depends. So right now we have
in your business,
40
what is the trend? Are we supposed to be? What's going down faster? Is it
I would
the
say
number
the
of claims going
frequency-
down, or the price of the claims
I would
going
say
up?
the frequency, the number of claims goes down, the severity of the claims. You know, once a claim is accepted, it can be very costly, obviously. But there's a high threshold for that as far as an acceptance of a heart and hypertension claim. You know, we go back 10 years of medicals, look at that. We look at, you know, the employee's hire, you know, the condition at the time of hire, whether they had, you know, high blood pressure or some indication of a heart problem. So there's a lot of factors, but I think that it's a benefit that actually stabilizes somewhat because a lot of times it's just medication management. It's not necessarily a surgery on every case. They go to the doctors, you know, periodically, get checkups. You don't have, I don't believe, anyway, from when I was looking at the numbers of claims, there's not a huge number of them.
There's 40 open claims currently.
Okay.
And what was that number
Last year.
last year?
I don't know
I
the
don't
number from
have that
last year.
number with me.
I guess that's the point, is it's,
One new
Right.
claim that I can think of this year, and that was Chief Felon. Other than-
Eileen, you need to use the microphone. He's asking you.
Probably wouldn't say names.
yeah, you don't need to say the name.
I'm sorry, well, one person has brought a claim. He says it's an old claim, we don't think so, but at all events, that's the only news in terms of heart and hypertension claims. There has not been anything else. We have had one claim that was made several years ago finally determined this year, and that's one of the reasons why some of our numbers have spiked this year during certain months because of that, not settlement exactly, but
You're
permanency.
basically budgeting flat right now, saying, and your rationale is the number of claims is going to go down because it's no longer available, but the dollar value, the cost of those claims is going to negate any savings in the near term related to this.
So your claims are based off of two things essentially, right? You have the drug spend, and then you have any medical care. So the drug spend is pretty consistent, right? The drugs stay about the same price, and the spend is fairly consistent. What you can't,
Unless it's EpiPen. I
hopefully that doesn't happen here, but
Right.
what you can't, you know, account for, what you can't really
account for is the fact that someone may have a heart attack. One heart attack can skew your entire claim. We do have 1 month, and our typical run is about $32,000. We do have a month this year that was $106,000. I don't know the specifics. I didn't actually pull the medical reports, but one would assume that month there was 1 or 2 catastrophic events that caused hospitalization. So if you keep that number in, close to $600,000 is where we're trending for this year, notwithstanding, Mr. Mayor's, he might have a more scientific way of doing it. If you take that number out and put in the rest numbers, we're at about 529 for where we're looking for the time frame. So I am cognizant of the fact that you have reduced numbers in the past, or someone's reduced the numbers in the past. We are close to $600,000. We recommend that you keep that in there, but the reality is we have 40 open claims. We spend about $30,000 a month on drug spend, and then we could have settlements, we could have catastrophic events that could skew it in any one year that you really just can't do anything other than just take, quite frankly, the best estimate.
Right.
Thank you.
If I can make one other comment, just to confuse things a little bit more.
Please do.
The PMA recommendation last year was 670.
Yeah, we talked about
The administration's recommendation was 600, and then it went down to approved at 545. So this year, the administration, the finance department, is recommending the same amount, the PMA, the 600.
Any other questions on this?
When do you have a chart or something that PMA uses to know, based on where we are with the claims we have, with when the statute stopped claims from coming in, when we're really going to see a drop-off?
When we do the budget projection, we're looking at your prior, your claims history.
Mhm.
We're also looking at the potential for future exposure on those employees that are still actively working that potentially could file a heart and hypertension claim. So again, anyone hired prior to 7/196 potentially could file a claim. We also do see trend-wise, generally speaking, we see somewhat of an uptick in the numbers when there's retirements pending prior to, because you have to be actively at work to file such a claim. So you do, have that exposure as well. So this number would be, looking at the whole picture, your claims history, what your spend is, what the potential is, and I don't do the budget projection, so I apologize. I can't speak as probably articulately as I'd like to about this, but this is a number that our finance officer came up with as far as what he felt your number is.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move on from heart and hypertension. What's next? Thank you.
I'd like to
Very
address
much.
insurance and claims.
Okay.
And Rob O'Connor from Peoples, who is our consultant and our broker.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Thank you, guys, for staying. I appreciate it. Sorry you were here so late.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
So this, again, is another number that you should have a little bit of a difference between what you see as the projection from Peoples versus what is in our budget. Again, there is allocations that are made between the Human Resources budget and the WPCA. So I guess I can run through
So
what we've
where
got.
are we looking?
So.
What
I'm looking
page
at
are we
the
on?
121, right?
And 21, insurance and claims, property insurance, errors and omissions, interscholastic and liability.
So you're at 2,197,000. We're up about 1.63%.
Correct.
Versus prior year.
Versus prior years, correct.
A large driver there is risk management, 10.42. What's going on there?
The risk management, fund claims, the six.
Okay. Hold risk management, we don't want to talk about that anymore. It's only in there for legal purposes. Is that right?
So yes, we actually, that's based off of claim settlements essentially.
Okay.
That's,
Okay.
Talk about executive session.
We'll talk, that's fine.
We normally cover that and with the contingency and executive session
Yeah, no,
together.
I understand. I just want to, everything else is down.
yes.
We've got this gentleman here. Do we have any questions for him? Everything else is down. Go ahead, Mr. Walsh, and then we'll go to Mr. Timniak.
What's the driving force for all of these numbers being down? Has any of our coverages changed at all? Have we reduced coverages, increased, maybe what our deductible is? Any change from last year's insurance that are drivers for why this number's going down?
No, the coverages remain the same. I think the biggest thing that's affecting this right now is the KERMA is the insurance company that writes the bulk of your coverage. And, the number that we're using this year is projecting a 3% increase on KERMA's piece. So that's lower than it's been in the past years. So that's probably what's keeping the numbers down.
You said KERMA's giving you a 3% increase?
They're projecting, yeah. So they basically, at this point in time, we don't know what the final number is. The renewal is 7.1, but at this point, they're telling us that it'd be 3%. So that's what we're using in our numbers.
So if they're going up 3%, why are these numbers going down?
Well, let me see what you're looking at.
Why are they going down a percentage, not going up? I would expect that they would be going up 3%.
Oh, you're comparing it to last year's budget?
Yeah, compared to last year's budget.
Oh, okay. Okay, so, yeah, I'm looking at where the actual numbers came in last year versus what we're budgeting for this year, and that's what I'm saying, is 3% up from actuals.
I think last year's budget turned out to be higher than last year's actuals.
There's a timing issue with this, modeling the state process. We get the final quotes from the insurance company after our budget's been approved.
Okay.
Last year, KERMA projected a 7% increase, maximum increase. So what we were doing was using that 7%. So last year's numbers basically included the budgeted number was 7%.
Yeah.
The actual came in lower, quite a bit lower, because
much
it actually
lower?
came in at 2.5.
2.5%?
Yeah.
So that means on our quarterly, we should be able to look back at the half year because it should be over a 10% savings for that year, for so far, because that difference is so drastic, actually.
Won't be 10.
Well, between,
7% and 2% is 5%.
I don't know, I guess I'm going to have to look at it. But I mean,
Yeah, for the full year, for $400,000, it'd be $20,000.
Okay.
Approximately.
okay.
Any other questions? Mr. Timniak?
Yes. Thanks for coming here tonight. One of the things I always look at is the actuals. Do you have the actual right now for the liability insurance number?
For the current year?
The current year, where are we projecting to be?
When you say liability, we split that into different categories: general liability, public officials, law enforcement liability.
All right.
But the actual, I'd have to actually add them up, because I don't think let me see, do I have that added up? Right now, just to give you an idea, so general liability this year is at $330,000.
$648.
Right. Public officials is $122,996, and law enforcement's at $45,038. Now, that's the primary 1 million limit that the town purchases. On top of that, we buy excess coverage. So currently, there's a $10 million excess. That's the first layer. That's running right now. It's at 143,123. And then we have a 5 million excess of that 10 that's at 20,250.
So, I mean, I'm looking at the bottom of 121 here, and I see that it looks like we're budgeting $200,000 over the actual for, $200,000 over the actual for fiscal year 16.
The actual premiums for total for all liability for 2017 current year is 1,491,000, and the budget for all actuals, that includes cyber insurance, crime, excess workers' comp, athletic policy, et cetera, is 1,559,000. So it's like an increase of $69,000 over a $1,491,000 budget.
And Mr. Tiniak, if I could, the number you're just talking about, the 2099 versus the 219, is that what you're talking about? Those comparisons?
No.
The actual?
I'm looking at line item 55240. It's the last one on
Oh,
page 121.
Okay.
Fiscal year, it says 16, it's at 640,000, and we're budgeting this year 862,000 for that particular line.
I think somewhere in there, we added in cyber insurance, which I don't think we had in the past. There's somewhere around there.
It's virtually the same as the year we're executing. This FY16 is already done. That's an actual. The budget.
You know,
We took it up $200,000 last year.
I think we might have to analyze, because if you look at the property insurance, that's down 50,000 if you go to 16 to 17.
No, I think-
My guess would be there's some allocation issue there.
Can we take a
Quality.
look and get back to us? as
Yeah,
opposed
we'll
to
do it.
guessing?
That's what I was going to just recommend, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
We do a apples to apples by line item.
Exactly.
And give it
And
back
send
to the
that
board.
back. Can
Yes,
we-
sir.
Can you put that together
got
as
it.
opposed to guessing what happened?
Right, exactly.
Any other questions? Mr. Walsh? Oh, wait. Mr. Bateson, did you have your hand up?
No, it was answered.
Okay. We'll go to Mr. Walsh and somebody over there. Mr. Becker after.
In regards to the coverages and knowing that the first selectman is supposed to open up our brand-new Penfield Pavilion, are our coverages still the same in regards to that we're on the hook for any flood damage? First 500,000, we're on the hook.
No, actually, that's been covered. So we're currently, over the past, I'd say, 3 years, we've been working to I guess you'd say plug that hole, or at least cover that first 500,000. So
Okay.
the buildings that are in the high hazard flood zones.
Yes.
Penfield would be one of them,
Mhm.
are now covered under the federal plan. And the federal plan covers the first 500,000
Okay.
of flood risk. And then the Kermas policy starts at 500,000 and goes up to 10 million. And then we have another 5 million excess on top of that. So we basically have 15.5 million of flood coverage for pretty much all the town's properties.
Okay. So if we have another flooding event at one of those properties in the flood zone, we're on the hook for $0.
Well, not zero. We buy, the deductible is 50,000 on those.
Okay.
Yeah,
$50,000 deductible on FEMA's first 500?
exactly.
Okay. Is that the lowest deductible you can have, or
No,
is that
it's
the
not.
most economical?
You can go, we just find it prudent to go, if you can afford to go high, you pay less premium.
Okay.
Keeps the premium down.
All right.
Is it a follow-up to this?
It is, I think.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, maybe it's to you, Eileen. Do we have a document out there or a spreadsheet that has all our properties and all our coverages that are in force?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Okay, can you share that with the board, or?
I mean, if you want to see it, absolutely.
I mean, I would like to see it. Just going to your point, Jim, I mean, all we're going on is, I'd like to see it. How many
Mr. Mayor,
buildings
can
are
we
out
get
there?
that circulated, please? Mrs. Kennelly, can you get that to Mr. Mayor and we can get it circulated?
Thank you.
Mr. Becker, you had a question on this?
Just, yeah, and I apologize if I missed it there, but you said the 7% was the estimate last year, so
Right.
it actually was 2.5. So you took the number plus the 2.5 plus, what's the escalator estimate right now again?
So
Percentage, is that
the numbers that I guess you're looking at, and I'm sorry, I don't have them in front of me, but the numbers that are budgeted versus budgeted, I guess, right?
Yep.
And so last year's budget was based on a 7% increase on many of the lines, not all the lines, but the lines that Kerma writes.
Okay.
And the actual came in at 2.5. So
And so the Kerma estimate number for this
this
year
year's Kerma
is-
estimate is actually 3, and we could potentially see them come in lower. So we're hoping for a flat renewal, for example, 0% increase.
No, I know they've done well for us over time, obviously, and so.
But we've always been sort of conservative. If they give us a 3% ceiling, we typically budget to that number.
So for the KERMA, well, not all of them are KERMA, but the items
Right.
that are going to now see, especially with the breakdown that Mr. Bateson asked for, will be the fiscal year 16 plus a 2.5, because that was the actual, plus the 3% estimate for this year.
Yeah, so if you're looking at, 2.5, so it went up last year 2.5. So over a 2-year period, it would be 2.5 in last year,
So
and then
that-
3-year budgeted this year.
That
3%.
estimate number is essentially, when you built this number gets blown out, it just becomes the base plus the 2.5 plus the 3%.
Yeah.
Thereabouts.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
Yep.
Any other questions on insurance?
May I just clarify what Mr. Bates wants for a minute?
He wants to see a listing of all the properties and what the coverages are on those properties and what the
Okay, one thing I
deductibles are.
think we need to clarify, though, is our property coverage is blanket. It's not that this
Right.
building is $1 million, it's only insured for $1 million. It's all of the property of the town's taken together, and that's what we're insured for on property. I'm happy to provide you with the list. I'm just saying, I wanted to clarify that that's the way it works.
So it's by
Okay.
event, not property.
So in
There
other
has to be
words,
some sort of value attached to that building, a
There is,
rebuild
there is.
value,
No,
a
and that-
replacement value.
There
Correct,
is,
there are.
for the purpose.
That's what I want to see. I would like to see the building and the replacement value, and if I add all those up, I'm going to assume every building in town gets destroyed, and I have enough coverage in place to cover all of them, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
That's the theory behind insurance?
That's,
That's what I'm looking for.
Thank you. Anything else? Thanks for the clarification, Mrs. Kennelly. Thank you for asking. All right, we're done with the insurance then. Let's go on to Human Resources Operating Budget. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
thank you.
And we'll go into the admin budget, and then we're going to go right into legal, unemployment, and contingency. Thank you, sir. Sorry for the late night. Go ahead.
All right, so we have increase in salary, that's fairly standard, that's done by finance, which also then takes into account the longevity bonuses, Social Security. So getting down, starting, I guess, with fees and professional services, we were at 60,000 budgeted. We're asking for $55,105 this year. The rental and storage, the 3-year average was 0, so we've moved that down to 0. Same thing with maintenance and repair equipment. Communications, I guess that's at one point they started spiking out the cell phone, so that's the $720 increase that you see there. Advertising, we were at 4,000 budgeted last year. The reality is that was pretty far below the 1,099 and 14 kind of skewed it. We're trending, we've already spent 4775 this year. We believe 6,500 is much more closer to the 3-year average. So we're asking that to be increased to 6,500. That's probably my largest, one of my largest percentage increases.
What's
Printing
the
and-
advertising for?
I'm sorry?
Is that advertising jobs
Advertising jobs, correct.
in the town hall?
Yeah.
Okay.
Printing and binding, $4,500, so a little over the 3-year average. That essentially because we anticipate having a number of contracts that will be going to print this year. Office supplies, I think we just took the 3-year average there. Special departmental supplies, zeroed that out. Postage, $2,500, again, right around the 3-year average. Capital outlay, kept that right at the 3-year average. The contingency, looked at that from historical, decided that we could probably eliminate that. And then educational membership, probably my next largest increase, or probably my largest increase, and that's because both Eileen and I are attorneys, and there's some CLE requirements that began effective January 1, so we anticipate having to take additional classes and to cover some of that.
I'm having to take those classes. I'm not paying $6,000. I mean, seriously, that's a lot of money. $6,000 worth of classes for CLA?
Well-
You can go through the Bar Association and get many of them for free. Stan, are you paying $6,000 for your CLA? That's a question.
We haven't started.
We haven't
Please.
really started, but I can tell you there's a freebie next week I plan to go to.
Yeah, I've done a couple of freebies. I don't understand why it's $6,500 a person. I think that's kind of...
Well, it's not, okay, so it's not totally for CLE, right? I mean, we had money in there before CLE.
Okay.
So
Can
we
you
just,
let us know what part is CLE? Is it follow-up?
sure.
Cool. Thank you. Any comments, questions, concerns on their budget as a whole? Go ahead, Mr. DeWitt. Thank you. I gotta have my head on a swivel here.
I just, I missed your comments about the payroll. Up 3.39%. Did you say that that was, I forget, I didn't hear what your comment was.
I just said that that number comes from Mr. Mayor. He actually puts that number in. I'm assuming that's based off of projections of our department salaries and.
It's based entirely on
Page
your...
123.
Based on your salary increase. So this is one of the
Replacement.
issues that came up the other night about the
Hiring.
hiring that, right.
Okay.
So that's one of our numbers, right? One of our increases based on new hiring.
Any other questions? Mr. Timniak?
Yes. I know you've been here since July now. Have you looked at all about trying to combine your HR department with the Board of Ed HR department, so we're not duplicating a lot of services? I mean, you put them together, you got a big department.
I have not looked at that, quite frankly.
Okay.
Any other question? Mr. Walsh?
Just on the fees and professional service line, I know you've reduced it, but you have a very specific number there, 55,105. Is that for one purchase? It seems like a very specific number.
It's the 3-year average.
Oh, you just took the flat 3-year
We
average?
did a flat 3-year average.
Okay, thanks.
Any other comments? Mr. Becker?
Just on the advertising side, how much of that is like print and then, right, statute driven, that some of this stuff has to go in the paper, or not for your stuff?
No, so the advertising traditionally would be where we would put into a newspaper, and then we would ask a department where that department head would like the position advertised. So some places are fairly cheap, and some places are fairly expensive. So it all depends on the type of position you're advertising for, will drive that.
But you have a position that's open, and you may go some other avenues online, things like that.
Correct.
But by statute, you're having to put some into the papers, or not for that type of a notice? That's your choice to put it in the paper?
Our choice.
Okay.
We waived that ruling when we redid the purchasing policies. There were originally, you had a post in the Fairfield Citizen, and we got rid of that with the new purchasing policy.
Because there's some things throughout the town that still require that, but nothing related to. I don't know if that's true anymore. Public notices and stuff like that, right, okay. And that's really what it's for. Okay. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Bateson?
Yeah, just a quick thing. Under the human resources, the employees, non-union PETA, non-union THEA, that means that they're not in the union, but they follow those agreements? Is that what that means?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I assume the salary stays stable, the salary increments comes under the contingency? Is that right? The same as last year, that's why they're steady level?
Correct, if there's, right, correct.
So I'm going to see their salary increase when we go into the, gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yeah. With a particularly difficult year because of what's going on with the state, and seeing the first selectman's budget and realizing the stress he was under based on trying to fully fund some of those $14 million worth of cuts. If we were to hit your budget, where would you want us to hit it? Would you, we've gone through this before. Obviously, I know you can't touch insurance. Insurance is going to be insurance costs. Obviously, the next page.
Workers'
stuff with
comp?
So workers' comp, yeah. I mean, but is there any area where we've asked this question before, to have each of the department heads try to help us if we need to cut the budget. I'm asking you the question because I'm going to be asking it to every single department head.
So, when I went through my budget, I tried to look to see what the history was. I went through Munis.
Yes.
And I basically tried to mirror the 3-year average as best I could.
Yeah.
So, I mean, for me to say to go below the 3-year average, wouldn't be very prudent on my part because I don't have enough experience to say that, the 3-year average had some anomalies in there. So going below that would be risky. I mean, obviously, if I'm going to remove something, I prefer to remove capital outlay at 475, right? But I'm sure that's the question you're asking me. But I'm sure you're asking.
That's helping with the 14 million.
You're asking where I feel I have less. I haven't seen anything come across my desk on capital outlay, so I'm guessing that's probably the safest place. But other than that, I guess if you hit some of the larger numbers, I'll have to figure out what the ramifications are to me. I just off the top of my head wouldn't be able to.
No, and I appreciate you cutting some areas. I do. I appreciate you having 100% cuts in certain line items from other years. It's just. I'm going to be asking this question all along, and I just wanted to have your input. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, anything else? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call this budget done, and I'm going to go to unemployment compensation. Are you going to stay for that? Or who does that calculation? All right, you guys are dismissed. Thank you very much.
Nice meeting you.
Have a good evening. Nice meeting you. Let's do unemployment compensation, and then we can take legal contingency and risk, and we can go out back, as it were, right? Let's go with risk management first. Go ahead.
Yeah, unemployment compensation is a combination of looking at historical activity and then assuming, given the budget cuts, the funding levels this year, I just picked as a number combined. Backing up one step, that number is for both Board of Ed and town. So I figured that with the budget cuts, there might be a total of, I think I picked 8 people and did an average salary of like $50,000 and then calculated what the what the benefits would be for 8 people at that salary, and I think came to an average of like $12,500. So I took historical times.
Can you email us the calculation?
Sure can, no problem.
Yeah, email us the calculation so we can take a look at it and understand
Yeah.
what you. And did you? The Board of Ed now they're looking at a $2 million cut. Were they consulted on what a $2 million cut would mean as regards unemployment insurance?
They were included in my consideration, and there were conversations.
What does that mean?
That means I talked with them.
Does that mean they said, yeah, if we have a $2 million cut, these many people are going to go away, so you factored that in?
Yes.
Okay. Seems light, but that's just me.
Yeah, I think that in my conversations with the Board of Ed, the theme is followed the same that we've heard here in the past, which is they will wait for the cuts to be made and then decide what the impact is. So they're waiting for the decisions of the Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, and RTM before they'll sit down and do serious adjustments.
Well, I understand that, but I know no definitive decisions are going to be made, but you have to estimate what this is going to be, right?
Just relating my conversations back, Mr. Mayor's obviously had a little more definition in his because he was focused on unemployment with him.
Let's see those calculations so we can understand some of the assumptions here. Is that okay with everybody? All right. Be that as it may.
Can I ask another question?
You absolutely can.
What happens if we were to make a larger cut to this? Not to the unemployment compensation, but to the budget in general. I presume that there has to be some prediction that maybe that number would have to go up.
I would think if we made a cut, we would have to make a subsequent increase to this, assuming that.
Is there any type of like matrix that could be performed that we would be able to know what that would be?
Like I said, I take the average salary, I do the benefit calculation and multiply.
That's really the only way you could do it.
Yeah, I guess so. Now, as of the 282, 250 is a certain percentage that, if you can disclose it in publicly, for the Board of Ed versus the town side?
I'm going to let, that's the unemployment specifically, I'm going to let Mr. Mayor answer that.
And if
since
we
he
need
is
to
the-
do this in executive session, just say that we need to do an executive session. So
I will let
I'm
Mr.
giving you
Mayor-
the
I
option.
think what I want to do is I want to see the calculation, and then based on the calculation, we can ask that question in
No,
a
do we have last year's?
private manner.
Last year's was just 200,000.
No, the actual. Was it about equal?
Right, it's here.
No, that's not, that's combined.
Oh, I do have it.
Yeah. If you hold on one second, we'll give you last year's actual.
Well, no, we don't need last year's actual. That's not what we're asking.
Well, I thought he asked the question what it had been historically.
Well, I
Board
guess
of Ed
when you put
versus
the numbers
Board of Ed
together,
in town.
when you put together this budget number, was there some percentage that was for the Board of Ed? Was there some percentage for the town? And if you can't disclose that in public, and we need to do that in executive session, we can just talk about it back
Oh,
there.
if you're talking about the future executive session, yes, sir.
This budget.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Executive session.
Okay. And then, where's the run rate right now compared to our budget from last year of 200,000 to how much we've spent so far? Do we know that number here? If not, you can get it to us.
The period, just to go by period here, period one, this is, no, this is, the actual, the actual is,
You know what?
never mind, I mean, it's too complicated.
Get it with the numbers. Put together the analysis as opposed to trying to do this on the fly.
I need a definition of exactly what you want.
You can get it to us.
Mr.
I'll
DeWitt.
just make it up.
To that end about actuals, can we get the up-to-date munis reports?
They're online.
Yeah, I know. Can we, I know they're like 100 pages. Can we get them printed or?
Usually do, well, we usually do the expense and the revenue for everybody, and then I think what we did last year was the text detail upon request, because you didn't want to necessarily print it for a dozen people that didn't need it, but there are a number of us that wanted that too.
Thank you. What else?
So everybody gets expense and revenue, and how many people want text? Because that's the one that's 200 pages, so I'll do three.
I don't need text. I just need
text.
numbers.
Okay.
Usually just
Okay.
Mary and I for that.
And then two text.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? All right. So now, now we have,
I'll give you a $20
guys,
bill.
we have legal, contingency, risk management, and risk management includes the internal service fund. I don't want to get into, do you have that one-pager on the internal service fund that we usually get that shows us where it comes out?
Didn't we hand that out to quarterly last week? Not likely,
I want to
3
see
weeks
what we
ago.
have going forward for next year. I don't remember seeing what we had last week. Anyway, can I request that? And what I'm going to say is, due to the lateness of the hour and the complexity sometimes of the internal service fund, let's have that specific dialogue tomorrow night on the internal service fund itself, and let's do risk management, contingency, and the legal budget tonight. Is that fair? All right. Now, Jerry, we have to go into private executive session in a moment. We either all have to move, or I can ask you to leave for a little bit.
Whatever works, I can go. You want to do my budget before you go into session?
Linda has to leave.
Do we need, can we do your budget
Well,
publicly?
my legal, you know, my department budget, public.
Fine. We'll do the legal one in public. I didn't know whether there was something in private
No,
in there.
there won't
Fine. Then we'll go into private executive. Jerry, I'll ask you to step out of the room. Linda, you're free to leave. And you can leave as well, and we'll just do the close. That's fine. Does that make sense? Great. So, does anybody have a problem with that?
No. I'm going to recuse myself from the legal budget only because myself and Mr. Lesser sometimes with my clients in my business have to negotiate. I don't think that it's, I just want to avoid the appearance of some type of impropriety in regards to his budget, how much it is, and things like that.
So
I'm
why
gonna-
don't you just-
as I normally do, I'm going to step out of the room for this specific
Sure.
budget.
So why don't you just capitulate on behalf of your clients so that we can cut his budget and be done?
We actually get money from his clients, so it's a good thing.
All right, so, Mr. Walsh, you can excuse yourself, we'll grab you. Okay. Can we, go ahead, Mr. Lesser, what's going on with your
Very
budget?
simply, I'm requesting almost a 20% decrease in my budget this year, from 550 to 450, and that's
Could we get a
100,000.
page number for where that is, please?
Yeah, thank you.
I don't have
Linda?
the book.
14,
14?
114.
114, thank you. No, Linda, you're slipping there.
Right, but we're not on a table of contents.
Yeah, but I'm not on the table of contents. You guys were in charge of
Let's-
printing them.
Hey, guys, it just, for the record going forward, we need a page number before we go to every budget, so if we, whatever we have to do, so we can tell the boards what the page number is that we're turning to, let's do that.
The Budget Committee has already taken note of that for next season.
114. Go ahead.
So my budget
You're right.
for 17 is 550, and I'm requesting a $100,000 reduction, and that is, $100,000 is coming out of tax appeals. We did a lot better, you know, this past year was a revalue year.
Yep.
So we budgeted for what we thought we were going to get for appeals that go to court. There were far fewer than we had budgeted for, so we feel that it's appropriate to reduce that part of the budget by $100,000.
Questions from board members? Mr. Bateson?
Yeah, what's the increase in Social Security contributions? Is there an employee in this department now?
There's an addition, not just an increase, an addition from zero.
There should not be any Social Security in my budget.
I didn't think so either.
Yeah, how? No, 1270.
You're
that
right.
legal?
You're right, it's in there. It should
That,
be
that's
low.
Emmett's stipend.
Who?
Emmett.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, can you explain that to us,
Yes.
what's going on here?
Yes. Emmett, in addition to being the HR director, also is the attorney who handles our negotiations and with the unions. And he does that at a flat stipend. So
Which
that
is? How much is his stipend?
Emmett has a stipend for $50,000 to do all labor work in-house.
Of course, that has to be added to his salary and paid through that, and benefits paid on that because he's an employee.
Correct. Saving significant dollars, though.
So we're engaging him as an attorney, and then we're paying his fees to get relicensed as an attorney?
Good deal for him.
I think they said just as CLEs, not to get relicensed.
Okay, he's got some obligations as an attorney. I'm not an attorney, you are. But he's got some obligations as an attorney
Yes,
that he has to stay current on.
exactly. We have to do a certain number of CLE hours every year now. It's just something new this year.
Right.
All attorneys. So if he's a practicing attorney, he has to do it.
So we're engaging him separately and paying him separately, paying
for
him
that function, yes.
for that function, and then we're expected to pick up his CLE fees? Okay. Mr. Bateson?
Yeah, okay, I just want to make sure I have Emmett's situation right. Under the human resources budget, I'm paying him $136,000 to be department head, and there's $50,000 for him to handle these contract negotiations in your 450 here.
Correct.
Okay, and then you're saying when that $50,000, if we cut him that check, we're paying the Social Security on that out of this budget?
Yes.
Or are you shifting funds since
No,
he's
no, it's
an
just-
employee of two departments?
No, it's exactly what you just said.
Okay.
And if you look at our labor legal fees, before we started working with Emmett, in 2013 was $245,000, 2014 was $175,000, and I started working with Emmett in fiscal year 15, started using other attorneys less, and so 15 actual was 95, 16 actual was 10, actually 110, year to date is 31. And that 31 includes Emmett's piece, I believe.
Yes, it does.
So we're talking about significant dollar savings through this arrangement.
Can we get that list, the list of attorneys that we currently pay? We've had that list before.
Sure.
And by the way, I'm not begrudging that it's a good deal or whatever.
Yeah, no, I'm just pointing out, because some
Yeah,
people
no,
weren't
just wanna
aware.
see what the numbers
Yeah.
are.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Mr. Timniak.
So, I mean, this is the first I'm hearing of this. May work financially, but my questions are, how does he stay current with other negotiations going around the state? How does he stay current when you have a large law firm which represents multiple towns negotiating several police contracts, several fire contracts? I feel like having an in-house labor negotiation will cut off institutional knowledge. We will be saving some money by doing this, but how does he stay up to date on what's working in other towns? It's an observation I have right now.
I think the best way to answer that question is to bring Mr. Hipson back, or to have him put a document together and submit it. I mean,
He's represented a lot of towns. I mean, he's very knowledgeable.
Yeah, you're talking about, if you look at his experience, he's worked for the city of New Haven, he's worked for the city of Stamford, he's got some of the broadest knowledge of what's happening and what's take place.
he knows everybody. He used to be on the state labor board.
Yeah.
Okay, so I hear that.
Yeah.
I'm saying from past practice is fine, but the labor market in the state of Connecticut is changing every month, and new negotiations, and you know, we do get a list from CCM,
Right.
which updates us, but you know, having a firm, which we were relying on in the past, who was in multiple conversations, that is the latest, and you know, they're the ones who follow the trends more than having an in-house guys just doing our own stuff.
Yeah.
I get what I get what you guys are saying, and I agree with it. I see your point, Chris, though. We're saving money by having Emmett in-house, no doubt, negotiating these things. But I think there's a lot of value to what you're saying about having outside counsel also, too, that has a finger on the industry of what's happening. Because you're right. I mean, this stuff does change by the year. And I think if we restrict it to in-house, we might be missing out on opportunities that the market might afford.
Yeah, I understand. And he also does CRO work. Is it CRO? Is that the right? CHRO work. So we're saving money in that area as well. And I mean, I can't answer. I mean, I'm confident that he stays current, but I cannot answer the question.
Do you augment him with outside counsel as well?
On certain issues, yes.
No,
most
not on
definitely.
certain issues. I mean, on negotiations itself. And it's fine for him to lead him, it's fine for that, but the point is valid in that the market's always changing.
When you say the market's changed, you mean like what's going on, what's happening in other towns, what there's, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we get that information through CCM and through discussions with other attorneys. I mean, just informally.
Okay, so I guess the goal here is that we're not going to have outside attorneys represent us at all in labor negotiations. It's going to be him.
That's a correct statement. He and I do that.
Unless necessary, which.
Right, unless there's an issue or, you know, things get,
Yeah, but
I mean, he's qualified to take us like through arbitration
Look, I
a
think,
little bit.
you know, what Mike laid out in terms of his background, state labor board, this, I totally get it, right? But as he, I don't want to say ages, matures in his job, right, with us, he's going to be further away from the current market as to what might be going on.
I think,
Because he's going to
yeah.
have all these other obligations.
Mr. Flynn, if I might, you're making some assumptions about, I mean...
Aging?
No,
I didn't mean
you're making
about aging.
some assumptions about how communication works within the labor attorneys and stuff, and I think it makes more sense to get Emmett back. I've been very impressed with his knowledge of history as well as the broad range of knowledge in terms of what's capable, what unions are doing, that type of thing. And we've worked with outside attorneys before, and I'm frankly more impressed with Emmett's experience and the details of his experience, and the fact that he's been on with the range of experience. So I'm suggesting that there's more communication going on between attorneys, not just the individual deals that you negotiate. That's all.
Yeah, I'd also say that Mr. Timag raises an excellent point, and we certainly want to make sure, as a town, to optimize this relationship to its best potential, by making sure we do what's right, even if it costs a couple extra bucks. We don't want to be, penny wise and pound foolish type thing.
Well, that's it. Over
Yeah.
time,
Yeah.
you might have to adjust this relationship because he's going to have a lot of other obligations.
Yeah. It's like, and he doesn't just do labor. I mean, he's proven to be very helpful in other areas as well.
This has nothing to do with him other than
Yeah, I
just
know.
making sure that
No.
we get best available counsel to help
Yeah.
you guys negotiate,
Yeah.
period.
No, I agree.
Just a question on how he gets paid for this. You said it's a stipend? How do you
Well,
pay?
no, I mean, it's a salary. It's
So
just-
is he guaranteed a certain salary?
Yes, it's fixed.
Fixed salary of $50,000?
He gets 100 and whatever, 30 for HR, which is a job, and the 50,000, which is at the, what's what I'm looking for, at the will of the town.
He doesn't earn any more if there's more negotiations
Correct.
going on at any one
Right.
time.
Yeah.
So why not just make it part of his salary?
Well, it kind of is, but they allocate it here.
I know, but why not just?
Well, because- No, and also you have a relationship with him as an attorney too, as opposed to the department head. So that's why it's split between the two departments, because he is actually acting as an attorney for the town.
All right.
So,
But his pay, he gets one paycheck, and that's in there, it's his salary.
He's not subject to the pension. He's a 401A.
Okay.
Mr. Timniak.
So how many current contracts is he negotiating right now?
Right now, basically, he sits the first chair, I sit second chair. Right now, we're doing PETA, DPW, nurses, and
ECC.
ECC.
So he's doing 4 contracts, and he's our HR director.
Correct. I'm doing 4 contracts, and I'm the finance director.
And then, right, and then I would also, I would add, if, I would say negotiations break down or a bad contract is in play, or, you're not happy with the performance, how do you separate the two?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question, I apologize.
Okay, fast forward a year, we're not happy with the contract or the legal side of things, or we're not getting the same results for the reasons I point out. How do we separate the two in the future?
Well, you just dismiss them and go to outside counsel.
But that, I mean,
$50,000.
yeah, that would be, I mean,
No.
that would be a
As I say,
large.
it's at will.
Like I said.
It's at the will of the first selectman. And you could let them go tomorrow. There's from that one row, there's no obligation.
Which is why you were saying it's separate.
that's correct.
Correct.
Yeah, that's why we
Right,
separated
We had to
it that way.
separate his
Yeah.
duties as an
Yeah, I
attorney.
didn't
because
want to,
Understand.
yeah.
Obviously, as HR director, he has certain rights that he doesn't
Right.
have in his function as
Right,
an attorney.
yeah.
Well, it's not unlike Mr. Mayor serves as our clerk.
Was that clerk or clerk? I forgot.
Of course, he's not
He has,
getting
he
paid
has,
50 grand.
he has nowhere near the benefits.
We don't pay his license.
Yeah, but he doesn't get free coffee and donuts.
Right. Okay.
Big price differential there.
Free country. Go ahead, Mr. Becker.
Usually you give us a breakdown by sort of the area of law for the.
It's not in there?
450. I don't think so.
Okay, so we kept, it's the same as last year's budget, and it's, general is 121,000, litigation's 143. The tax-
43, you said?
143, tax appeals 90, and employee/labor 96.
And we've got it.
Can they just, is that what Bob's passing out?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Not positive intentionally.
No.
They just happen to.
Any other questions? All right. Seeing none right now, I want to move that we go into private executive session and dismiss our friends so that we can talk. Does anybody have an issue?
No,
All right. Can I make a motion that we go into private executive session? Do I have a second to my motion? We have a second by Mr. Brown. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? We're going to go into private executive session. Good night. Jerry, thank you so much. We'll dismiss you for a little bit.
now I got them separated.